We are live on YouTube. Anyone here on Twitch that would like to leave a lurk, that helps me out. We're almost at 1,700 watch hours. So we're over halfway to like the initial version of Partner. We got to get to 4K to get like the full version of YouTube Partner. But I think we're on pace. I didn't start streaming to YouTube until like June, I'm pretty sure. Maybe even like July. That's when monetization kicks in. So I'll start getting money for ads and, you know, like you could do a YouTube sub as well, or whatever they call it. Not like the subscription, but like the other thing that like costs money. I will point out, GitHub sponsorship is actually one of the best ways to support programming streamers in the category. Because GitHub gives all of the money. Every single bit. Right? There's no cut. It's really cool of Microsoft to do that. Yeah, it's really cool of Microsoft to do that. Don't do it unethically. On a hobby OS? Oh, that's cool. I'm pretty sure Josh Goldberg gets a fair bit from sponsors as well. Colin, who made Zod, he's got a fair bit of sponsors. It's really cool. Right? I'm pretty sure GitHub sponsors pay Colin's rent. I'm not sure what his rent actually is, but, right, if we go look at it. Right, it's public, it's, you know, out there. Oh, we don't see what tier they're on, though. Okay. Even if we assume the bottom tier. Assuming the bottom tier probably doesn't do as much. Yeah, never mind. So if he's only at, like, the $3 a month, nah, he's not paying his rent. No, never mind. I thought he had more for some reason. I could have sworn I saw way more sponsors there. I do think he has a few gold tier sponsors, though. But still, that wouldn't cover his rent. For some reason, I thought it was higher. No, so it's not going to cover his rent. Yeah, he's here in Seattle. Like, no way. No way in hell. Bump those up and make me a full-time streamer? I kind of already am with the hours I put out. But I could probably start earlier in the day. Yeah, I'm still trying to, like, work back up to, like, an earlier start schedule for the time being. Means I gotta go to sleep early enough. That'll be tough. But yeah, I really liked that article. So, what we're doing today, we ended up uncovering one bit that this endpoint we thought we were running is not running. Yeah, going to sleep early enough. It's a really hard thing to do, actually, man. Especially because, you know, I am currently unemployed. I'm trying to get a job. It's real easy to just keep combing places like Wellfound and work at a startup to find more places to, like, you know, send a letter to and, like, trying to, you know, apply to. But yeah, just need to buckle down. Force myself to wake up really early at least one day. And then that'll help me reset my schedule. Hold on. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, Villiseth. The day you started watching me, I messed up your sleep schedule. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, see, I should start streaming earlier. Duh. Oh. I live in Washington State, so that's Pacific time zone. All right, so we're seeing this right here. So that hook is definitely running, but we didn't see it actually run. It got skipped. I don't have the get only. What about weather in Washington? Are you asking what today is like? It's a little overcast. It's not raining right now. It's been raining for the past couple days, though. Let me double check something, because we should be able to see the output from that. So let me go look at the Dredd config. I don't think that's the right one. Okay, so path right there. What is path for? Oh, so it's just other paths? Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. So let me try this real quick. So damn, is vimconf done already? I feel like that was quick. Oh no, they're still going. Yeah, okay. Yeah, when someone asked about it earlier, I thought they were implying it was done. Okay, so what I want to do is copy this whole thing and see if we get that to run. Right? Like, there's something up about this. Like, it's not running... Like, it is running our transaction, but it's skipping the one that we wanted it to. Now, I think there's some Dredd command we can use to actually just print all of the paths as well, or all the titles. So we'll probably do that here in a sec if this doesn't do what I intended. So yeah, none of our tests ran. If we scroll up, we see deleting user. We don't see deleting user 2 though, right? Yeah. So that first hook is actually running. That's actually the name we're looking for. Oh, and we can't search this very well. That's annoying. And what up, well-typed witch? How you doing? Ooh, yeah, you were doing some more assembly advent of code, right? Yikes. How's it going? Pretty good progress? A little scared about day 5? Oh no. Yeah, anyone out there, like seriously, you should check out their stream. Check out well-typed witch's stream. Assembly is magic, but once you start to understand it, you actually gain the power of like learning how to optimize your other code. Because one of the key things if you're writing C, C++, Rust, even Go, is breaking it down to what the assembly instructions are and seeing if you can maybe optimize it in some way. Like, that's a hugely useful thing for optimizing code, understanding what assembly instructions could actually make it quicker. And I like to point out this article all the time. It's C# specific, but they do dig into showing you what the assembly starts to look like, which is cool. So it's from junior to genius. right? And it's about, right, they have some constraints. It has to be .NET 6, has to be single-threaded, and it has to be x86, right? They needed to do a checksum, and at first it was tasked out to a junior, and then they started realizing that it sits on the hot path of their code base because it's a checksum that runs on every request. So then the pro comes in and optimizes it, does some magic. The first thing they do is set up a benchmark so that they can know they're improving performance. Cool. So the junior thing, 1.79 milliseconds, sure. They do some things like loop unrolling, which means they're doing less stuff here. Cool. And as they start getting through it, right, years of experience, more junk, they start to break down the assembly. Bam! Right? So keeping an eye on the assembly. At the end of the day, C# code will be translated to machine code for execution. So we can see the difference between these two functions. One is an integer, and one is an unsigned integer. And we can notice that there is one less instruction on the unsigned integer. We can expect then that unsigned integers will actually be parsed quicker. Right? They go in to talk about like the move statement, move with sign extension instead of just a move. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Then here, they look at a decompiled section from both. They see the pro and then the senior. Move ZX. There's more steps between the move ZX steps here. So yep, this is simpler code and probably quicker to run by the compiler. So yeah, you notice the pattern. There's this repeated chunk versus this repeated chunk. So then they start digging into it. It's really cool. It's a great read. Then there's the hacker that goes and does awful things. They use bit masking. Yikes. Right, so that's fun. Then we see how these things work. Right, we get just standard moves and adds. Interesting. So then they call in the expert. And the expert actually breaks down the problem in the right way. They go back and look at this line here. And it already tells them something that none of the other people iterating upon this code base actually assumed or thought about. It's dealing with big endian checksum. Problem is, most of this stuff is little endian, but the expert knows about endianness, and I basically don't, but it's basically the way in which this binary represents an integer, right? So the a plus 3 is either OA, like this, or OD, like this. So this is big endian, this is little endian. Most of the systems we work on are little endian. But C# ships with binary primitives like reverse endianness. And this, something like this is most likely heavily optimized assembly. So at that point, it massively simplifies the code, and it's faster. So it's almost twice as fast as what the hacker had done. Network byte order is big endian though, right? That's most likely why they were having to do big endian checksums here, because it was network like packets that they're actually dealing with. Right? This is a checksum in a networking pipeline, in an API most likely. So yes, they're dealing with byte order from networking, but the system they're on is little endian. So they had to do all that to actually work with these things in a cleaner way. So then Expert 2.0 realizes that, hey, we can do some SIMD. Ooh, SIMD. Anyone old enough to remember when Intel was bragging about MMX? Intel with MMX. Well, MMX is SIMD instructions for mathematics that massively improve the speed at which you can do calculations and stuff like that. MMX, there you go. So yeah, here we see MMX. Yeah, I remember when the ads were, you know, hyped heavily, right? MMX and then SSE, SSE2, SSE3, SSSE3, And it just keeps going until we get into stuff that we're actually more familiar with these days, known as AVX. And then AVX 512 is a little tricky because Intel shipped with a really bad implementation of AVX 512 for a long time. I believe they may have fixed it in modern chipsets. AMD has had a really good version of it for a long time. So that's why in some cases, AMD chips will actually outperform Intel chips even though they have a lower clock. Nowadays, I believe that gap has been eliminated. So yeah, bam! Starts doing some SIMD stuff, right? That they only know is there because they're an expert that understands what is in the constraints of the system they're on. And then bam, by the end of it, we see something that was taking 1.7 milliseconds or 1700 microseconds optimized down to 30 microseconds. That is a massive speed up. That's a 50x speed up just by understanding the problem better. Right? And here's the biggest thing. So many people out there in the world will tell you that, oh my God, C# is so slow. Doesn't have to be. Not if you understand the code base and the standard library and the things available to you on the chipsets you're working with. Right? So at this point, rewrite it in Rust might not even be that good of an option. Do you get that much like good SIMD access from Rust yet? I don't know. I've never tried to do it. But it's an important thing to recognize where programming language for things that have needed to be performant for a long time, right? Languages that have been around in those contexts most likely have access to some of this magic that the CPU can do for you, and then the language is far less important. It's more about the library available to you. Yep. So yeah, sometimes there's a wall in the way. And this part goes into something really interesting, right? So we went from 563 megs a second to 48 gigs a second, right? At these rates, the bottleneck becomes memory access and not the CPU. So you're using DDR4, right? And it shouldn't be able to do better than 25 gigs, but the data set they were using fits within L3 cache. So L3 cache in this case is 16 megs. If you have a data set or a thing that you're doing the checksum on that is larger than 16 megs, you're not going to hit 48 gigs. You're going to be bottlenecked by the 25 gigs that your memory can actually send. So yeah, L3 cache sits on the CPU, whereas memory is separated by what seems like a small distance, but we will never be able to optimize around the speed of light. At least not in our foreseeable future. So at that point, anything that incurs any distance means that it's going to be slowing down that electrical path just due to the speed of light. And the closer things are when we start getting at these types of speeds, the better things are. So L3 cache being right there on the chip is one of those magic things that really speeds up our CPUs. That was why the Xeon processors back in the day were so much more useful and powerful than a standard Pentium, because their L3 cache was something like 4 times the size. L2 and L1 cache were also much larger. And I believe that actually still holds true for most Xeon processors compared to the standard Intels anyway. So yeah, L3 would peak at 200 gigs a second. So this code actually has room to be optimized further if you can sit within the 16 megs. Do they still make Xeons, actually? Or is it now just like a very specific i7 like model or something? I don't know about that part. So yeah, if we could fit our data within L2 or L1, woo, we'd see even higher numbers. You think Xeons are still in prod? Okay. There's an AMD EPYC with 1.1 gigs of L3 cache? What? That's amazing. That sounds like it would be very useful for CPU-bound big data. That is very interesting. Huh. Yeah, I did not know that. Yeah, I believe you. I wasn't doubting you. And yeah, Jason, so Xeons are still around. Are they still like the tip top? Damn! Your 3900X has 64 megs of L3? That is most likely how AMD is actually keeping pace in various benchmarks. Or at least, like, getting close. Yeah, because their silicon is not as good. Not as fast, typically, right? Their clock rates, etc., they tend to be lower. So yeah, this was a great article. I really like it. Even if you're not a C# person, it still goes through the process of understanding the iteration of software, especially when it's on the hot path. Did they actually catch up on clock speeds too? Oh, cool. So yeah, and man, yeah, my favorite part about this is when the expert jumps in and recognizes that the problem wasn't being solved the right way yet, right? The junior took whatever they found on Stack Overflow. The expert came in and actually realized that they could solve the problem better. So I think that's really one of the biggest things when you're trying to optimize something. Try and get back to the root of the problem. Try and understand the problem being solved, not just the code in front of you. A Xeon you got from your last job only has 12 megs of L3 cache? That's not good. If you can get to Hacker, you'd feel pretty good. That's fine, Geralt. I want to say that technically the Hacker step is not necessary. Right? Instead, all you needed was Junior and then Pro to establish a benchmark. And at that point, you know, Senior's worth it, but Hacker definitely is not. Right? Hacker was a waste of time. You should have brought in the expert way ahead of time. Right? By the time they got to the Senior, they should have recognized how far on the hot path this was, and the expert should have been consulted. Right? The cost of the Hacker and iterating on it and how unreadable their code was, right? Bit masking, ugh. Right? Hacks upon hacks. Loop unrolling and bit masking instead of just understanding that there's a reverse endianness and you're done. Now, technically, even the reverse endianness is loop unrolled. So they're still, like, used to the loop unrolling. But once you're getting into, like, the bit masking of the Hacker, there would have been far more value in going back to actually evaluate the problem being solved. And yeah, I want to make a video about this. I really like that article. But okay, so back to what we're doing. Everyone coming in from the raid, the thing that we are working on is we are trying to create Dredd tests which validate an OpenAPI spec for cal.com. We wanted to do this as part of the hackathon that happened last weekend. I had an entirely different goal for the hackathon, assuming they had a valid OpenAPI spec. Narrator chimes in, they didn't. So now I think the most value I could bring is making their OpenAPI spec valid, right? Making sure it is actually valid, establishing tests that make sure it is as new changes come in. And then from there, people could actually start building interactions better. So yeah, I think third-party integrations, enterprises in general, need to be able to like wire whatever they have ad hoc internally to cal.com, and vice versa. Wire cal.com into whatever thing they have internally. That type of interaction is absolutely necessary, and I think it's like the future of Calcom growing as a company. Hey, what up, Clarkio? How you doing? Yeah, oh, thank you for the raid, dude. Thank you for the sub. Yeah. Enjoy your Friday. Do you have any, like, Friday win you want to shout out? Anyone from Clarkio's chat, shout out your Friday wins? Or weekly wins, or whatever you want to call it? I like that bit. I really like that. I need to start doing it myself, too. So, chatting, and then VS Code November 2023 release. Oh, did you read through, like, the release notes or something? Yeah, that sounds fun. Well, now I'm out of Red Bull. This will not do. And it's Friday, isn't it? So, we're gonna do one of these. I've got pretty much an excuse for every day of the week for one of these. I've got a bottle of Henry McKenna to celebrate when I get my next job, as well as to celebrate Christmas or New Year's. I'm glad Costco had them. I actually might want to go back and stock up. I need to get more like pork and beef for freezing. So yeah, I didn't do that today. I went and got like other stuff from Costco today. Nah, you don't need an excuse. It's nice to have one, though. So yeah, anyone joining from the raid, please shout out. Tell us your weekly wins or Friday wins or whatever. We are building out Dredd testing, and all Dredd does is basically run integration tests based upon an OpenAPI spec, but it actually hits your real API rather than just validating the specification, right? It's like an extra validation step. So it's extremely useful. The part that we're doing exactly right now is we need to fill in some of the blanks. So custom inputs, destination calendars, booking references, event types, and webhooks are not part of their initial seed data. And I think that would be extremely worthwhile to have as part of their initial seed data. However, another thing we could do is we might be able to get an admin API key from our seed data, and then we could just create these things ad hoc on our own. And that might be a good move. So yeah, we're basically trying to fill in some of the blanks of entities or resources that we would end up needing for our testing, but we don't want to be worrying about the order in which these things run. That can be really annoying. So instead, we want to make sure we have all the data we need ahead of time and that we can delete the data we need while the tests are running without messing up subsequent test runs. So yeah, I think our next step is adding more seed data. I really like this tweet from Jamin. I'd really like to see this become a train. That'd be hilarious. Right? I like the retweet chains. Those are fucking fun. So Swizzik made a post about your 20s being the best time to grind, right? Thinking about work-life balance in your 20s is a bad idea. I fundamentally disagree. I fundamentally disagree. Now, I'm biased because I didn't do that. I was a snowboard bum. I snowboarded for 10 years straight out of high school, getting to free gear, doing it around 150 to 200 days a year, going down to Mount Hood during the summers. It was the best time of my life, and it's not something you're going to be able to do in your 40s. It's just not going to happen. Right? Use your body while you actually have it, while it's actually useful. Your knees are an expiring resource, whether you use it or not. Your knees will simply just turn to shit when you get older. It just happens. Use them. My parents are programmers. I told them when I was, graduating high school, I want to go be a snowboard bum. And they were like, great idea. That sounds awesome. I wish I'd done something like that. Yeah. My parents are very supportive, awesome people. And they also recognize that, yes, their bodies are falling apart. Use your body while you got it. How old am I? I am almost 40. You also weren't easy on them. I mean, you don't have to be easy on them or hard on them. They just go bad. It's a product of getting older. Cartilage does not heal. Even your socks. There you go, exactly. I'm not even talking about aches, but there's just certain things you're not gonna do. You're not gonna recover from nearly as quickly in your 40s versus in your 20s. In my 20s, oh man, I took some falls. Like, dude, I took some falls. If I were to take that same fall now, I would pull so many muscles, right? Oh, ah! Right? Every muscle in my back would be strained beyond belief. Micro tears everywhere. And you don't recover as quickly, right? Testosterone, muscle growth, all those things slow down as you age. It's a fact. Your ability to absorb protein slows down. Use your body while you have it. Oh, really, Cornflake? I can actually handle more than I used to. It used to be I'd get the spins after like 4 drinks. Now, it might be practice. I think practice helped. But yeah, just saying. I don't agree with the whole grind out your 20s on a, some desk job bullshit. You've got so much time to actually do that. You don't need to do that while you're young. Some of the best times of my life, I only made 12 grand a year. No, I still snowboard, but I can't do it as often as I want. I pretty much only go up on the days that are really good. Right? So good powder days or good slush days. Yeah, the rise and grind stuff. Yeah, like Mark Wahlberg. I wake up at 4 a.m. and I get stuff done. Yeah, you go to sleep at like 8, dude. Like, who cares? Right? Who cares? But yeah, I pretty much only snowboard on like the best days now. If I lived closer to the mountain, I'd definitely go up more. I would do like some more questionable days. I'd even go on like rainy days, because actually rain days are really soft and fun. In the park especially. But I live an hour and a half away right now. I am planning on maybe moving out to Leavenworth. That'd be fun. I am also maybe considering Tahoe. That'd be fun. Leavenworth would save me a lot on rent, and I'd be 45 minutes from the mountain. I'd cut my drive in half. They have decent internet and all that. But yeah, my rent would be cut in half too. So Leavenworth is very appealing. Tahoe would be nice because, again, there's like a dozen resorts within like 20 minutes to a half hour. In fact, if I lived near, I think, South Lake, I could actually just ride the gondola from like the base area, like the village, all the way up to Heavenly. That'd be fun. And if I do the California thing, I could also apply to Y Combinator at some point. And I wouldn't mind making that trek. I think, you know, they meet in person once or twice a week or whatever. Inception done. Nah. No, I can't move till I'm done with this lease at the bare minimum. Yeah, California does have state income tax. You're thinking of a different Leavenworth. There's Leavenworth, Washington. You're thinking of Leavenworth, Ohio? I don't actually remember where like the Leavenworth prison is. It's a different Leavenworth though. Like thousands of miles away. You're moving forward with Microsoft? Nice, dude. Kansas. Ohio, Kansas. Who cares? I'm sorry, anyone in Ohio. No one in Kansas cares. People in Kansas already know. Yeah, same shit. All right, so let's actually think about creating a few of these things. Nice, standard. Yeah, when I interviewed at Microsoft previously, it's basically 4 interviews, right? And if you make it to number 4, you're pretty much a shoo-in. Okay, cool. Yeah, back when I did it, it was like 4 interviews in one day, which is rough. Four back to back, yep. But you made it through number 3 and actually got to number 4. And if number 4 gives you like just a rubber stamp, you're set. Number 4 is typically like the head of that department that you're applying to, and they just want to make sure you're going to be a good culture fit usually. Oh yeah, and I was lurking Clarkios. Now I gotta lurk someone else. Yeah, so the hiring event thing sounds different. Yeah, that sounds like more of like a general application, and they'll figure out where to put you. So that, yeah, that's different than anything I've heard about the Microsoft experience before. I've heard Google is doing it the opposite. Google used to have like a generic interview process, and nowadays I think you interview with an actual team. So yeah, it's kind of weird that Microsoft and Google kind of like swapped roles there. I find that very interesting, actually. I believe AWS also does team-specific hiring. And maybe Microsoft did it for the hiring event, but normally it's actually like team-specific still. I could see that too, like doing a hybrid focus of it. But okay, we need to create a booking reference. What does that actually look like? We don't necessarily need that. Yeah, we don't need that to be... We could actually do this over in our temporary IDs. That's what we're going to do there. So what does it look like to create a booking reference? That's what it looks like. That's the validation. When we look at a booking reference, we see a post. And this post takes in an API key. The only required things here are type and UID. Okay. Why is booking ID not required? What is UID? Man, I wish Sean was here so we could discuss some of this. Come on, Sean Bry, where you at? Where's some of my cal.com people at? No, what you were saying before with the true, that was a pick, meaning that they wanted that prop. Yeah, I think you misunderstood what true meant in that context. So cal.com, they have a Discord, right? All right, I'm gonna have to do this part. The QR code login is not showing up. Come on, Discord. All right, well. I'll go log into it over here. It's probably better not to leak Discord stuff anyway. Oh, god damn it. Oh, Discord. For some reason, Discord's got some bug on my machine. Where it doesn't actually go out to Discord when I click an invite link. Instead, it goes and tries to create a brand new account for me. So that's annoying. Do they have no one maintaining these? Cal.com needs a community manager. What is the UID? All right, so the thing you were talking about, right? Here, UID is supposed to be a string with a minimum length of 1. The thing that you were seeing is not that, right? This is a booking reference.pick, which is a Zod schema. This Zod schema.pick is simply saying, I want this validator to only have these props, but it can be a partial. Right? So this is for most likely the base of creating one. And then here they do some other junk. They end up merging the booking reference and booking ID here. It seems to me like booking ID is required. So yeah, they have a lot of inaccurate statements in their code in the way they've defined these schemas. They're a startup, they're moving quickly, I get it. But they'll never get people building their own integrations, etc. with Cal.com unless they actually have an OpenAPI spec that is accurate. So yeah, a lot of people online in the contributors section, 49 of 600 something. 2 people from the actual team. One's actually active. Yeah, so that's a bummer. Oh, cool. I see some other pretty cool contributors as part of the group as well. Yeah, Daniel C. Rowe is over there. Creator of Nuxt. He's awesome. I think it's C. Rowe. Something. But yeah, so far as I can tell, UID is not actually connected to anything important. But we do want to go look at booking reference, look at the things that are required. It says UID is required. It doesn't seem like it to me. Oh, no, I see. So this says it can be nullish. I would personally make this optional instead. But what they're getting at is that maybe making it nullish would allow you to do like an update. And I could see that. Whereas these end up being required. We don't really see where that's required, though, actually. I guess the min one enforces that. Yeah, I'd say using optional and required as methods would be more explicit. I would definitely opt for that. Okay, so what that ends up meaning is I still want to be able to create a booking reference ID. I'm almost positive the booking reference ID, I think they want to make booking ID required as well. But maybe not. I'm fuzzy on what a booking reference is. I'd love to have one of their team come on and like chat with us while we're doing this. That'd be really cool. But yeah, I think we just got to wait for Sean to get back in town. Yeah. All right. So we're going to create this. What that means is we need to get a creator function in here. So we want to create a booking ID. Booking reference, actually. It takes in an API key. And the other thing that we saw as required according to this is type and UID. Now, what is type supposed to be? And really, I don't see booking type in here. So we'll just do a foo for now. But yeah, I don't like it. So this is going to be booking reference request. API key here is a string. Booking ID is actually a string too, even though it's a number. That is so weird to me. No, it is a number. Okay, number int nullish. All right, so yeah, it is a number. Never mind. And that needs to be the booking ID. I would agree with that. I think IDs should not be a number, right? Because of just enumeration and just data security, right? Don't give people what they don't need. But for the time being, they are using numeric IDs. I think it would be a much larger effort to refactor from numeric IDs to string IDs. If they end up doing string IDs, oh, it simplifies so much of what we're doing, then we don't actually need these like number mappings. We could just use, you know, instead of 42, it would just be user ID as the example value. And then we could just replace that. That'd be so much easier. But that might not also be very simple. What are schedules? Schedules are a whole separate entity. It could be the schedule type. I would say that's a flaw in how they are describing their thing. This schema, I think, is actually wrong if they're doing type here, and it actually points to a very specific type, right? We didn't see booking type. We only saw schedule type. But schedule is its own entity. If this were to be a schedule type rather than a booking type, then I would actually want to call this schedule type to leave an option for a booking type in the future. So I would say that's like a major schema, like a database design issue that they have as well, right? ID here implies that it is the booking reference ID. If this was actually meant to be the booking ID or meeting ID, then they would need to prefix it, right? So if type here is not a booking reference type, what kind of type is it? And that should actually be more obvious by the name of it. So this is a database design issue if this is some other thing. We're just going to pass some random string to it and see what happens. Right, we're gonna pass foobar and, you know, call it good. All right, so the first thing is UID. We'll just say UID, why not? What was the other required one? Type. Okay, so next step. Okay, so we end up doing that post. We then need to do a fetch of the booking references. So const booking references, await get booking references for the same API key. And then const booking reference is equal to unique identifier. What do you mean by that, Stuxgeek? Date.now in JavaScript, TypeScript is always milliseconds. That's not something they'll ever be able to change due to backwards compatibility. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's always been milliseconds, and it will probably never change from that. So booking references dot find Okay, so we got this function for creating a booking reference. Now we need to do that over here. All right, so we end up getting one of those. Yeah, custom inputs, that's our next step. Creating one of these requires an event type ID, a label, a type, a required, and a placeholder. So we can't do that until we have a valid event type. Where'd it go? There it is. So creating a new event type, those are also empty right now. The required things are title, slug, length, and metadata. So title and slug are strings. Title, slug, length, metadata. Takes a lot of props. Like a lot of props. Oh, metadata was right there. So that can be empty. Length is an integer. Duration of the event type in minutes. We'll say 30. Title and slug. Okay. So another creator is going to be create event type. Oh, it's async function. We want to export it, though. And yeah, some of these we may want to take props in. Bare minimum, we need API key that we're going to do this with. Title, string, slug, string. Yeah, it's probably not worth bringing in case as a dependency for that part, though in my stuff I would. What up, Mohai? I just saw you over on the stream that I'm lurking right now. So yeah, how's the Coppinger doing? Okay, so this next step is then const event type request. It would actually be event type request body, but whatever. So title slug length in minutes and metadata. Ooh, did I forget to await a request? Nah, we did it. We're doing it to teams right here, though. That's not gonna work. All right, booking references. This is then event types. Then we got to do this rigmarole again. All right, so we got a create event type function. Here's actually the crazier thing. Instead of doing this all by hand, oh, it's fine, Coffee. No, I get it. He raids here all the time. Who'd he end up raiding? Nobody? Oh, that's lame. That's pretty lame. It's pretty chill. Just working on some OpenAPI stuff. Yeah, they got their cool kids club. I'm not really a part of it. They have excluded me many times. But that's fine. We can just do what we want. All right, so we're not calling get event types. We do use that elsewhere, though. All right, so now we got to pass the right props here. So the title is going to be new event type. The slug is new event type. And metadata can just be, oh, we need the length. Let's just say 30 so it makes things easier there. This ends up being event type. All right, so then custom input is for an event type. So then we're going to end up needing that. which we haven't done yet. So yeah, very similar, even more boilerplatey, but it involves knowledge that we have to go and hunt down. So that's a little annoying. What's up, View? How you doing? I've had this hat. It's new to you, maybe. I've worn it many times on stream. This is the only blue one you've seen. I don't think I've worn the dark blue one for like over a month. Maybe you're thinking of green? I don't know if you're colorblind. Sorry if so. Because I have worn the green one. Nope, not sure what that is. All right, so we got to go look at the custom input endpoint now. They are specific to event types. Oh, that's the getter. There we go. Okay, so we need the event type from earlier. We end up needing a label and a type, whether it's required or not, and a placeholder value. So that all kind of just intuitively makes sense to me. All right, event type ID, that's a number. Placeholder is a string. Type here is definitely a string, but we can actually just give it a default value of Let's just say number. So string or number. Sure. Oh, yeah, type. And then last thing here is required. We'll say false. When we end up probably not needing that. Oh, there's some fun, yeah, fun engagement on that tweet. All right, and hold on. Yeah, so those names are correct. So we want to do just event type ID. Label, type, placeholder, and required. Yeah, 5. Cool. So we do that, get rid of that. We post to event types, and I messed up. This is, no, this is custom inputs. We know this is going to be empty, at least at the time that this is called. Let's do it by label. All right, so we'll call that input. We'll do that. Cool, cool. So now creating a custom input, that should be pretty easy. We do this, update the import. This is definitely the wrong place for that. That is actually that. Do I ever critique websites? I don't. Like, it's rare. I could make it like a channel point reward or something, but I stream so much that, like, it's really easy to accrue enough channel points to, like, you know, I'd end up taking my entire stream to do it. I'm full stack. I do it all. I build things. I'm not a big fan of labels. If there's something that needs to be done to build a thing that I want to make, I'm going to do it. All right, so custom input we got there. What is a destination calendar? We got to figure out how to build one of those. So let's go look at that endpoint. Yeah, I'm not going to review someone else's thing. If you had something you wanted me to critique, sure, but we're not going to shit on someone else's thing. That's just not cool. We're not going to critique it. We're not going to, you know, make opinions about it. If it's yours, then sure. But even then, I'm in the middle of something, you know? I don't personally enjoy a lot of that stuff, right? Reviewing people's resumes, reviewing people's websites, doing code review for them. Like, no thanks. At some point, I might open it up to, like, charging people for it. Sure. Even then, I don't know, that feels gross too. Again, shitting on it versus constructive criticism. It's not constructive unless you're the person making it. Otherwise, it's just critiquing someone else's thing. That's not cool unless we have their permission to do so. And I guarantee you, Theo doesn't care what I think about his footer. All right, so creating a destination calendar. This needs all of these props? No, it only needs the 3. I don't know. Yeah, they're missing a lot of these things that would explain domain objects to outsiders or new contributors, right? So their documentation level is not great, right? There's nothing in the description here that actually tells me what that is. My guess is it's a destination calendar such as your Google Calendar or possibly Outlook Calendar or other third-party calendars that they support connecting with. I mean, coffee and coding. Constructive criticism about other people that aren't you asking for it. That's not cool, right? Be a cool person. If it's something you're making, sure. Create your own version of it somewhere, and then maybe we can talk about it, but not right now. It's for cal.com. Yeah. You know, the thing in the title. Is the title cut off for people or something? I just think it's odd that we get so many questions about it when it's right there. Ah, so mobile is messing it up? No, I get you, Graham, but if you're curious about what's going on, right? Like, streamers change the title for a reason. If people aren't going to bother reading it, I might as well just say this is web dev and move on, right? I get it, Graham. As a streamer, we deal with it a lot. When I have to answer, what am I doing here, 10 times plus a day, I would really hope the regulars could just read the title and save me from having to repeat myself too much. In the same way, if you're curious about specifically what the goal of today is, that's why I create a today command. I get it, right? But, you know, I really need my regulars, my mods, my VIPs to help make this a less repetitive thing in whatever way they can. That means when other people come in asking the same question, responding to them and doing some of those commands if I don't see it in time. That would be really helpful. I have heard that the title gets cut off on mobile, right? So I consider that a Twitch problem. That's an issue they have for sure. But it's also why we have a title command, right? All right, so integration, that's a string. External ID, that's a string. Credential ID, what is that? It's not even in there. They have a major process issue here. Nah, spooky. Some people keep it in portrait or in landscape, you know, when they're going from stream to stream or whatever. Not always. Where's that coming from? Aha. So, eligible calendars. Where is that coming from? So we don't see a calendar entity. That makes sense, Marvel. And typically, if you're already in a coding stream, you're probably already in landscapes. Then when you switch to another coding stream, you would still be in landscape, right? Handris, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Maybe that's in selected calendars? Spooky, there's a big difference between landscape and full screen. I don't know if the mobile app allows you to just go landscape without full screening. But that would make a lot of sense to me to still support that and to still work that way. So I think you're misunderstanding the difference between full screen and landscape. But I don't know. Maybe Twitch doesn't support landscape. I don't use the app, so I have no idea. But I would say that if you meant full screen, that's a totally separate thing in the context of most applications. Full screen and landscape are not the exact same. Most solid apps support landscape just fine. As most websites should as well, right? Not every app, though. I don't think Tinder does. So I understand that, too. If Twitch doesn't, there's precedent. But I don't understand why Twitch would not allow landscape. That'd be weird. It's just lazy design at that point. Oh, Stream We Were Lurking just finished. That was the Coppinger. Cool. What are they making? Oh, they're playing Elden Ring. Oh, you rated a gamer. Okay. Well, let me figure out who else to lurk. I raid gamers too, so no worries. Brooke Zerker's going. There we go. That's where I'm throwing a lurk. Okay, so what we see here is we can post a new selected calendar that would take in an integration name and an external ID. And yeah, I sent a message over to their Discord. No response. Is cal.com mostly like European time zone? I know the people that that work there that lurk us from time to time are typically European. Oh, interesting. This is an endpoint that actually responds with the thing we created. Hold on, let me double check that. Did I, like, there's inconsistencies in their endpoints. Some of them just do a 201, which implies no response body. And then there's others that actually spit out something useful. Right? So there it is. We didn't even need to do that request. Yeah. I would say there needs to be a major consistency here, too. Indians? I think there's a couple. I'm not, like, based on their name, I would assume that at least one of the people is Indian. But that doesn't imply that they're actually on the Indian time zone, right? Someone's name doesn't necessarily mean where they live. So, yeah, making that assumption would be a little trickier. Dialing in from European near midnight. What am I drinking? It's whiskey and then water poured into it. Helps me pace it a bit. I didn't grab lemonade mix. I forgot that when I went to Costco today. So yeah, booking reference is actually there. So I can simplify my creator function. Whiskey hot toddy? Sure. I forget, what goes into a hot toddy? There's another one that's pretty good, the hot buttered rum. I don't drink much rum, but yeah, those look delicious. Pretty good. All right, so then here, this is return response body dot booking reference. So that part's simpler. That's nice. And yeah, I know it's late over there, but it looks like we scared off Graham. I really do need mods, VIPs, etc. to help me out here and make it so I don't have to repeat the same stuff over and over. It's a shame that that scared him off. All right, so let's go look at some of the other creators that we've done. Maybe we don't have to do our fetches for event type. Ooh, event type here is also wrong. So yeah, let's go look at event type and see if they actually return. It does come back with an event type. Yep. So they're inconsistent with that. Here's the next part. What do they say the response is? parts. They're not even accurate. I don't think this is even going to be a 201. I bet it's a 200. I guess created is fine. Created can accept a... can send a body, so that's probably okay. Oh, really? Yeah, http.dog is good. There's also http.cat, depending on if you're a dog or a cat person. It doesn't matter. They're both useful. And the partial content's brutal. Yeah, so 201 can have a body. I think I forgot that. Hold on. What's the no body one? No content? Oh, that's 204. We'll find out if they're actually sending a 201 when we do that. Because it'll error out if it's incorrect. You have to update your Nginx based upon what? Like you're sending the wrong status codes for certain things? Keep in mind, no content is a successful request that doesn't have anything. Oh, I gotcha. Sure. Right, 404 and 201 are separate things. But yeah, that's not even what you were saying. But event type. Oh, response. All right, let's pour another beverage. How about custom inputs? Event type custom input ends up getting passed to us as well. So yeah, some of these don't return anything, and that's a little annoying, but that's fine. And yet again, based on the conversation we had yesterday, do we really think ChatGPT would simplify any of this? Would Copilot? Would Copilot have known that? I don't think so. I guess we'll never know unless I start trying it, right? Now this part, it could totally do. And we could just return that directly too. Let's just do that. Oh, let me check one thing. What do you mean, CAG coder? You mean as far as like Copilot or whatever? Yeah, that's my current guess too. I don't think Copilot would be able to solve this. All right, so we've got those functions made. Yeah, most likely. All right, when it comes to boilerplate, I've got copy and paste. That solves most of my boilerplate needs. You were making a GIMP plugin, and the documentation for GIMP is confusing, so you asked ChatGPT, and it led you to a more appropriate path to which you were able to successfully create what you wanted, right? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, in many cases, people are just looking to turn their brain off. I get it. It's fine. I haven't found it useful for most of what I want to do yet. Just like typing speed. They had a query browser? Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. So the query browser is kept up to date, but actual documentation is not. Yeah, that's actually really common in open source projects. That's like really common in open source projects. Because the query browser is automated most of the time, right? Like in GraphQL. Yeah, people will happily just point you at graphical rather than give you proper documentation. Good servants, but bad masters. That's a good comment. I like that. Coffee? Yeah. Yeah, good point. Any 1-4 coffee. I almost said any 14 coffee, but yeah. Great name. I like that one. I bet you and coffee and coding would get along. Still out there, coffee and coding? Looks like not. Maybe that's just Twitch reporting who's watching incorrectly. All right, so fetching, custom input, creating an event. Those are done. Booking reference, we're done with that. I think a destination calendar requires that we create a selected calendar too, I think. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you've had that name before. Like, you've been following for years. So I probably got it right the first time, too. That's why you stuck around, yeah? Oh, damn, you've been following for years. You haven't chatted until, like, 2 years in on our 5-year anniversary. Oh, shit. And I like the just dripping in. That's a good coffee reference. I don't know if I caught that one. I need to create some animated emotes. Ooh. I need to do that. Yeah, I haven't touched my emotes for ages. I need to fill in the void of emotes that I haven't done yet. Yep, I need to fill in that void. But yeah, so destination calendars. I think that means we need to create a selected calendar first. I would say their naming of these things is not great. Right? It's not intuitive at the bare minimum. Yeah, I appreciate it, Coffee. Yeah, thank you. So, a selected calendar. The only thing we end up needing is the integration and the external ID. So the integration name and the external ID of said integration. I don't think that breaks too much if we send a bad value, but maybe it does. Where is external ID even being used? We don't see it in here at all. I almost feel like there should be some validation of that. Here's something I find very interesting, actually. Their entire API is a Next app, but it's a separate thing from their actual web app. I don't understand why you would end up wanting to, like, make this a Next thing. Why is that overhead worth it? You can do lambdas without Next. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it makes sense. Again, it's for velocity. Whoever built this originally spun it up as quick as they could without necessarily caring or thinking about what the best approach for their API is. I don't think Next makes sense as strictly an API thing. Be nice, standard error. Again, a lot of assumptions are made when bootstrapping startups, and nobody's an expert in everything. And Slowcoder is hinting at maybe they did it for just throwing it up onto Vercel or any other provider that accepts a Next service. Then it's something you don't have to think about scaling. Now, if you just did it Lambda-based from the start, you'd be done. Like, seriously, serverless framework, you're done. And then you can take it anywhere you want if you're using the minimal stuff that serverless framework gives you. I don't see anything here that relies upon any heavy lifting like, queues or like SQS-based stuff or any of that. They're not doing any of that. I don't see it anywhere. I have not seen anything that relies upon some message queue somewhere. All of this is pretty standard API endpoint stuff, which you could do very easily using serverless framework if you want to go from cloud to cloud. You could do it on AWS, you could do it on Azure, you could do it on GCP. The interoperability of those things for just a Lambda function is really easy, actually. Right? You'd be able to move from provider to provider. Real simple. But instead, and this is pure speculation, instead, I don't even think they're on Vercel anymore. I think they're using SST. My only hunch is I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a Dax post on Twitter describing this project and porting it over and fixing performance issues and various things that they had. So I'm not even certain they're on Vercel anymore. So Next.js as an API layer, as like a pure only API application, makes zero sense to me. If they were going to stick with Next and really like do it as a Next project, why not just put these API endpoints inside of an API folder inside of their existing Next.js app? And bam, boom, you're done. I don't personally prescribe that idea. I don't ascribe to the mentality of doing so. But that would make sense in my opinion. I think that would be, if you're already using Next for your API, why not just co-locate it with your Next application in general? So yeah, I'm not sure about that part. I use all sorts of stuff, anyone for coffee. If I'm building out my own software as a service, I am most likely going to use TypeScript for, the iteration speed of it. But I'm not going to be using Next.js. I'm going to end up using arc.codes. Right? Arc.codes. Now, keep in mind, it's like an individual Lambda per endpoint, but it spins up the API gateway for you. It spins up a bunch of stuff. It does have, I think, a Python integration, but you wouldn't end up using Django for that part, or Flask or whatever, right? You'd just use Python directly. But I've only ever used the Node.js runtime helpers. But I really think Architect is a massively valuable tool for this. SST might be taking over their user base because, dude, their docs. Node 14 plus, yeah, they haven't updated this in a while. Let's go look at their GitHub. I'm actually going to be a little scared of this, I think. Ryan LaRue, I think, works on it on a regular basis. We're seeing the changelog was updated last week. The package JSON 3 weeks ago. And a lot of other things not. When we look at the source code 8 months ago. So yeah, I kind of envision this going on a steady decline at this point. It just doesn't seem like it gets enough people contributing. Ryan Block. Is he the main creator, or was it Brian LaRue? Have I mixed that one up? Oh, Brian LaRue. He's number 2 there. Okay. Yeah, so I think Ryan Block and Brian LaRue are the core contributors to this. Let's look at the graph. At this point, it seems like Brian LaRue created it, and then Ryan Block has actually been maintaining it. Yeah, Ryan Block is the owner of Architect at this point, regardless of who started it. Yeah, we see Brian LaRue, hot and heavy, really put in a lot of effort towards middle of 2018. That's about when Ryan Block started spinning up too. But yeah, I didn't realize that Brian LaRue was really kind of hands-off at this point. Is he spending more time on the other services he makes? I'm curious about that. Because, yeah, the people that make Architect also make some other service. I forgot the name of it. Carter Rabasa is really into it. He uses the other thing a bunch. I like the idea of Architect. I think it's a really good idea. Oh, shit. All right, so we need to delete that command. There is a new Nightbot command, theoretically, that we should implement. Yeah, so I could go log into Garrett Charp, and then we could set up a URL fetch inside a Nightbot for that. I don't know, though. Yeah, we might just delete the followage command. Sorry. That's annoying. And damn, that's brand new within, like, the past month. Like, just over a month. That's gnarly. I can understand why Twitch does it, right? Just for, like, privacy reasons. So that makes sense to me. We got some new follows, and oh my god, Slow Coder, I must have missed that. I'm so sorry, dude. That was 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Slow Coder. Appreciate the Prime sub. You only get one a month, and you decided to give it to me. That's awesome. Fabio, Nima, and Niad, thank you all for the follows. Welcome. How you doing? But yeah, I don't know. I may end up refactoring my wrapper around architect to make it a wrapper around SST if they really do expose like similar APIs, etc. Just because I am not that confident in the maintenance of this. Wait, which docs link? The community.nightdev.com one? Yeah, which one, CAG Coder? Oh, the deck API? Yeah, I'm not sure about that one at all. Yeah, I clicked the second one. Yeah, I'm not plugging my token into shit. Hell no. All right, so if we look at this, is this the calendar we end up using for the destination calendar? Ooh. Interesting. Astro is releasing AstroDB as part of Astro Studio. That sounds pretty interesting. Okay, so we need to create the destination calendar. Let me double check cal.com's Discord. Yep, no response. So yeah, create selected calendar is something we got to do. We're going to hope that that is the same thing that we want to use for destination calendar. I think that's all there is we can do. So these are two strings. What all do we need with it? We copied this. It's just integration and external ID. We'll do Fugle calendar. External ID is going to be just yeah, I think that works. So yeah, the next bit of this, grab that boilerplate. All right, so selected calendars, API key goes in there. Custom input request. That is selected calendar request. And did I actually forget to update that? No, we're good. All right, so selected calendar request, response here. Do they actually give us the thing that we sent back? They do. So selected calendar is on the response. Nice. All right, so create selected calendar. All right, so getting a selected calendar means we need to create a selected calendar, which means we need to go do that here in get existing IDs. Creating a custom input, though, we actually have an error here. Let's do that. So we end up needing event type ID. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, so we do custom input there. So now destination calendars we can skip. Const selected calendar is equal to create or await. It's create selected calendar. And the values we need for that are API key. Pro user API key. Integration and external ID, we can just let be a thing. Let's go look at selected calendars again. So it ends up being user ID, integration, external ID. We can make this simpler. And actually, hold on. Let's undo that back to where it was commented. Integration is that. What was the other thing they wanted? External ID. Okay, so create selected calendar goes and runs that way. External ID we can do that way, and integration is just integration. So we've got 2 entities left to make. I do have to use the restroom. This whiskey flows right through me. So I'll be right back. See y'all in a sec. Yeah, BRB. So yeah. What's everyone up to today? Anything fun? Let's do another beverage. Ebb and flow hydroponics. Nice. Is that like for an herb garden, or do you live in like a legal state where you can grow more fun herb? If you don't live in a legal state and you are doing more fun herb, I would say please kibosh the conversation here at this point. Let's keep it strictly legal. Just flowers? Okay, good. No, an herb garden would be good. Yeah, I want to do like an indoor like hydroponics kind of little setup for like chives and parsley and cilantro and just a lot of that stuff. It's always better fresh than it is, you know, like in the container that's all dried out and gross. At least for cilantro and chives and a bunch of that. Parsley, parsley flakes are fine dried out. But bare minimum, I want to do some chives, some cilantro. Dill would be a good one too. Right? Dill is just like mini chives, isn't it? I don't use much coriander in my cooking. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't know what it goes good with. Chives and cilantro are the main ones where when I buy some from the store, I end up using it all up because it goes bad before I'm going to use it again, usually. So yeah, like, you know, chives and cilantro as like a little like mini garden that I could just like pluck from would be awesome. That'd be huge. I plan on doing that, I'm just lazy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, and chives are amazing, right? You just cut the top off and leave the bulb in, and it just keeps growing, right? It'll just grow the top back again. So yeah, like, you give it, like, the good, like, inch and a half of, like, what it needs, then you just cut, and then you got chives, and it's like, yeah, within a couple weeks, you got the same chives from the same bulb. Like, it's really cool. You don't necessarily want to do it with store-bought chives, though, because their roots are, like, massively trimmed, usually. And when I say store-bought, I mean, like, grocery store-bought. If you go to somewhere like Home Depot or whatever, and they have, like, chives in a thing, like, those usually have a good, like, root system still. Maybe Keg Coder. I just know cilantro is, like, a staple of, like, street tacos, etc. Yeah, I'm not sure if cilantro would grow back if you, like, you know, trim it and then let it grow again. But, yeah, chives absolutely do, right? And when we talk about chives, we mean, like, the green onion, right? The little, like, mini green onions that sprout the thing on the top. Little mini bulb instead of, like, a big onion underneath. Isn't dill the same thing, but, like, way smaller? Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought dill was. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I want to do indoor. For sure. And the person mentioning the cilantro, yeah, when you plant it outside, you're actually beholden to the light cycle of outside. For most plants, to keep them in a vegetative state, you just give them 24-hour light. Same holds true for marijuana. If you want your marijuana to be in a vegetative state, you give it 24-hour light. The moment you want it to go flowering, you just change the light cycle to either 18-6, like 18 on, 6 off, or 12-12. I've found better better results with 12-12. So 12 on, 12 off. That's it. That's all you do to trigger a flowering cycle for all sorts of like summer style plants. It's just the light cycle. That's it. So you can force them to flower by just changing their light cycle. My guess is when you're planting your cilantro outside, you might be doing it at the wrong time of year. Summer's the best time. My guess is you're doing it during spring, though, to have it ready for summer, right? And spring is actually still the flowering light cycle. Basically, in the spring, plants flower to spread their seed. And then in the summer, they vegetatively grow so that during fall, they can go back into their like either spread seed light cycle or they become dormant. And then the thing repeats again. So the dead heat of summer is meant for vegetative growth. But anytime outside of like the core summer months, those are flowering months. Or it's just winter and you're not getting anything out of it. Indoor will solve that problem, yes. It's past statute of limitations. But yes, I have grown marijuana before, and if you look up how to do it and understand the light cycle, it's actually really easy. It grows like a weed, like, you know? Yeah, indoor is the best way. Again, even with marijuana, if you grow outdoor, you're going to be dealing with pests. Indoor, you will deal with some pests, but it's really easy to make an aphid trap. Aphid traps are extremely easy to make. Some people perceive cilantro's taste as soapy. Yeah, they have a very specific gene that does so. So yeah, for those people, maybe just don't put cilantro on your tacos. No big deal. Infrared and heat lamps. Yeah, that's gnarly. What was the infrared for? I'm curious about that. Technically, you do need to make sure that your grow room for marijuana is kept at a reasonable temperature. Keep in mind, this is only for people that live in places that it's legal to grow. There are states that are that way. Colorado is one of them. Infrared for heat? Infrared is not meant for heat. Yeah. Yeah, infrared is not a heat source, typically. So light speed. It does, but it's a fake purple. Whereas instead, there's proper purple. And proper purple is a strain. Infrared for the UV? I mean, if you're just doing like metal halide or metal halide, I forget how you do it, or HPS, which is high pressure sodium. Technically, high pressure sodium is like the flowering light. Metal halide is like the vegetative light. But you can actually like vegetate with high pressure sodium anyway. UV light's not infrared at all. When you say UV lights, do you mean like LED style? A high-pressure sodium will produce all of the UV that you need. Typically at the best bang for your buck for the wattage. LEDs are not a valid source for doing any style commercial growing. High-pressure sodium is still the way to go. Your best bang for your buck is actually at like the 1,000-watt level, not the 400-watt level like I did. Right? You get more like lumens per watt at the 1,000-watt level for HPS than you do for any like lower wattage. Way more than you would get via LED. Now, if you're just doing like, you know, cilantro and parsley and whatever, LED is probably fine. You don't need high-pressure sodium for like your actual like herb garden. You do need it for marijuana to get the output you're looking for. Maybe R3, but a high-pressure sodium bulb is going to be producing light in the spectrum that you need for all of that. Right? High-pressure sodium produces ultraviolet light in the spectrum that we can't see that covers infrared. The only reason you would do infrared is because it's light that you don't want to see yourself. UV black lights? It doesn't cover enough of the spectrum. Nah, like, there's the age-old adage where if you know, during winter, snow on people's roofs, you see one house that doesn't have snow on their roof. Yeah, they got a grow operation going. Winter is actually the easiest way to spot via aerial view who's growing weed and who isn't. Right? But that's not due to anything other than heat. And that's why, like, the heat lamps made zero sense to me, because your high-pressure sodium lamps are going to produce a lot of heat. Like, so much so that you need to make sure you're venting them. Otherwise, your room's going to get too hot. And when it's too hot, it's no good. Again, Xenogerm, you're not using high-pressure sodium, you're not going to have that problem. If you're using LEDs or shop lights or fluorescents in any way, you don't have a heat problem. They'll never know. But you're also not going to grow very good weed. For cilantro and snapdragons and other like random flowers, it's probably fine. But for high-output marijuana growth, you need the maximum amount of lumens possible. And LED and fluorescent are not it. I forget the exact classification for marijuana, but for the most part, if you want to have a 4 to 5 foot tall plant within 2 months of flowering, the only way you're going to get that is with high pressure sodium or metal halide. You're not going to get that from LED. You're not going to get that from fluorescent. Now, fluorescent and LED are really good for the initial vegetative stage when they're coming out of the seed, right? If you're going from seed, then yeah, LED and fluorescent are totally fine, right? Just to get them to like sprout. But after that, when you want to finally kick them into high growth vegetative state, I'm sorry, it's about the lumen count. And LED and fluorescent do not produce the amount of lumens that you need. They just don't. LED specifically doesn't produce it in a broad enough spectrum, which would cover the UV, ultraviolet, you know, infrared style stuff. Oh, power grid consumption. Yeah. Here's the biggest thing, though. Your power company will typically not rat on you and will consider it private information for you that they will not expose to anybody as long as you're paying your bill. So here in the US, at least, your power company will not rat on you as long as you're paying your bill. Now, if you go a couple months without paying your bill, yeah, the power company might, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge towards the cops. But if you're paying your power bill here in the US, your power company will not rat you out. That data is yours and it's private data and they can't share that with anybody. I don't know about the UK. UK is different. But, yeah, what you're getting at, Coffee, is they could actually just look above and do, like, you know, the heat measuring fucking light or whatever. And they can see which housing is hotter than anyone around them. They don't need snow to actually fall. So the infrared was for extra energy. Technically, if he wanted to get bigger buds, supplementing CO2 would have been better than the IR. And HID, I believe HID is high pressure sodium. I'm not positive of that. Let me double check that. Oh, wait, hold on. HID, those are plasmas, aren't they? Plasmas are like the newer one. Yeah, I have never used plasmas. So that's a good point. I never used any plasmas. Well, that's an easy ban. That was the easiest ban of the day. Thank you. That was nice. So yeah, arc lamps, plasma lamps, HIDs. Okay, so I never used HIDs myself. I believe HIDs sit like within the middle of the spectrum, whereas like metal halide is towards the blue end, and HPSs are towards like the orange end or whatever. Whereas I believe HIDs sit right there within the middle of the spectrum, which is fine. Right? Technically, during flowering, you want more of like the red end of the spectrum, and during vegetative, you want more of the blue end, which is why some studios have done metal halide during vegetative and then HPS during other, but now you can just use HID for all of it. And that's pretty interesting and useful. But he would have had better results supplementing CO2 rather than doing the infrared. I'm going to say that right now. If he had a room in which he could be okay with the extra CO2 and like he was venting it properly, etc., yeah, like CO2 would actually increase his yield way better than infrared would. But if he lived in a place where he couldn't trust his air quality because of it, didn't have proper ventilation and all that, then yeah, infrared is definitely better than nothing. It's possible the infrared was to fill in part of the light spectrum that HIDs lack. That I'm less sure of. HPSs would have solved that part, because HPSs solve that part of like the UV spectrum. But if he's simply wanting to use the same light for both phases, right, vegetative versus flowering, then I totally get it. That makes sense. Right? Using HPSs during vegetative stage isn't quite worth it. Right? You'll get better value from something that focuses on like the colder light spectrum. Right? The bluer light spectrum. That said, during vegetative, lumens is actually like the #1 value you care about. And if you just have enough lumens pumped out, you're going to get enough vegetative that you're fine. But it's also why the sun and outdoor growth creates 7-foot tall plants. because the sun provides the entire spectrum in way more quantity than an HPS or a metal halide would. So yeah, outdoor is where you get like massive vegetative growth, but you also have more pesticides, or more pests. Sorry. Anyway, major tangent. Again, only grow marijuana if you live in a place where it's legal. If you're growing cilantro and chives, it doesn't matter. Just use LEDs and you're done. Watch out for snow. Yes, exactly. As far as like a plant just to have as a companion, you might look at succulents. I think they're pretty chill to maintain. Yeah, so I'd say maybe look at like a succulent or something like that. Yep. Later, anyone for coffee. See you again soon. Yeah, we're coding, we're doing our thing, but we take our sweet time. I know there's other like plants that are pretty chill to maintain indoors too. I'd say look that up. Look for some of the easier ones. I'm not specifically aware of like what the best ones to maintain are. Succulents are usually pretty available. There's a wide variety of succulents. Hold on. Ah, shit. Hold on. Nope, I gotta delete it. I read it wrong. All right, Ken Wheeler had a really good tweet. Let's shout it out real quick. Look on the wall behind him. Ooh, cactus are pretty easy as well. Good call, Cinder. Yeah. Yeah, cactus sounds pretty good. And look at my reply to that one. That one's solid. Yeah, dude, Ken Wheeler with his chalkboard behind his fucking bench press station. It's got push-pull. It's got the flex box. Dude, that is solid. That is genius. He memes as much in his weight room as he does online. Hold on. What's the Iconify link? Is it iconify.design? It is. Just created an X account to see it? Oh, shit. Couldn't you see it without one? Oh, to see my reply. I could have linked you to the reply. That way you didn't have to, like, you know, follow. Is that you that just followed me, too? No. Because you're on a different time zone. That's right. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be that person. I get it. This person's on my time zone. But shit, yeah, they're like close enough. Hopefully I meet them at Seattle.js at some point. That'd be cool. Well, now you did. All right, thank you. Twitch didn't shout it out to me. Or not Twitch. Twitter didn't shout it out to me. So that means you probably don't have the special thing. But yeah, let me double check that. Does your name start with a K? I don't want to dox you. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll follow back. Fuck yeah, why not? Are you sure you just created an account for it? Because this person has a bunch of people they're already following, man. Oh, you're that one. Where are you? Oh, I'm so confused. Now I just don't know. Ah, okay. There you go. So yeah, cool, man. No worries. Yeah, thanks for chilling. All right, so let's get some more code going. Yeah, like, dude, having to fill in the deficiencies of their API and seed values is so much more than I wanted to do. Hold on, let me do this. I really enjoyed when they let me jump in previously. Let me do this. I just reached out to someone to see if I could join their space while I'm live on stream. It's up to them to say no, and I don't want to actually say who they are because I don't want to dox them and, you know, make people feel bad about it. Didn't happen. Yeah, they pushed the interview to next week, which I get. Like, they're busy. They're a small startup. I didn't realize that the person I'd be interviewing with is, like, really high up there. I'm glad I put in some effort to, like, research their core business and some of that stuff the night before. I did stay up way too late that night, and it's also kind of like a nice thing that they didn't want to do the interview because I would have been pretty tired at the time it happened. But yeah, the company that pushed back, I'm still like really looking forward to, because it's a DevRel, dev advocate type role for a thing that I firmly believe in, that I'd love to help like create content for, create integrations for, etc. I don't want to dox them too much. I definitely said a little too much recently about like who they were. Someone knew exactly who I was talking about yesterday when I gave too much detail. So I don't want to like shout them out too much. Yeah, it'd be really cool. I'd love to make content and stream and, you know, build out whatever I'm doing for the company live here in front of y'all, and then work on my stuff afterward, right? Obviously, I wouldn't have any whiskey during their portion of things, and then when it's my turn for my own stuff, yeah, it's whiskey time. So yeah, if I could get 12-hour streams going again, you know I will. We do 12-hour streams on accident for my own stuff anyway. But when I get into the whiskey a little too quickly, yeah, the stream kind of ends before that could happen. I do think there is a thing. Like, I am a little more personable with a little bit of whiskey in me. But then once there's too much whiskey in me, the curve falls back again. So, yeah, I need to find that, like, happy medium. During my own time, during company-sponsored time, etc., I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I don't even swear. Yeah, I didn't swear a single time when I did the Microsoft-sponsored streams, did I? Nope. So I can do that when it's necessary, but when it's just me, yeah, I'm gonna be me, and I swear. Like a fucking sailor. Hey, I made it into a thing. How do you tag yourself in someone else's, like, photo? I don't even know how to do that. When people say tag yourself, what does that mean? Do you just end up, like, saying, like, hey, I'm in this? Like, how do you tag yourself in someone else's, like, photo? I've never seen that before. But man, that is a really cool crowd of the one I'm seeing. I'm stoked to be a part of it. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, these Twitter circle things are interesting. When I like Ryan Florence's new photo. I feel like it's new within the past month or so. I really like Ryan Florence's new photo on Twitter. It's clean. I like it. It's like the color aesthetic is really, like, happy and cool. Yeah, it's a good one. Okay, so, yeah. To create a destination calendar, we need the integration and external ID that we created already via the selected calendar, but I don't know where credential ID comes from. Dude, what the fuck, man? They've got things they require that are not actually annotated within it. They need a massive overhaul of their OpenAPI doc. At some point, I'm going to be tired of doing all this work for free as I uncover so many deficiencies. And I get it. It's not their priority right now, but it should be. Like, it really should be. A business like Cal.com would actually make or break itself on its ability to be integrated with other things. Some other calendar application with better integrations could eat their fucking lunch. Right? For enterprise, which is where they would make their most money. Yeah, there is a distinct lack of effort into their OpenAPI specs. We don't even see what this thing's going to respond with. If we go look at it, yeah, the response actually includes the destination calendar, but They change up the fucking... the casing. Oh, dude. This is the biggest problem with open source. Consistency. So many of their other endpoints have a snake-cased prop on their return type. This one ends up going camel-cased because nobody reviewed it when thinking about it. No one cared about consistency. Is it easy to fix? Yeah, totally. But it's something that has to be fixed. And if you don't have anyone that cares, it's not going to be. So yeah, they had a principal engineer role at one point that is not available anymore. Either they hired that person or decided they didn't need him. If they decided they didn't need him, plot twist, they did. Exactly, Lightspeed. Yeah, like, open source without a clear, like, director of things leads to everything being inconsistent. Yeah. BeginBot's great. Yeah. He's also an engineer I would trust to care about these things. He's an engineer I would trust to help build out a respectable, consumable API. Oh, cool. All right, so real quick, we're going to take a quick pause break, and I'm going to join in on Jacob MG Evans' Twitter space with his permission. I didn't chime in to ask permission last time, and I feel bad about that, actually. All right, so let me crank down the music so that we're not intruding on that. We're going to get some other audio going from the space that we're going to lurk.
I don't see anything, dog. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I mean, that's X for you.
Whatever. How do I get to the comments for it? Here we go. So yeah, if anyone would like to listen in on their own audio without me intruding on it, Jacob MG Evans. Wait, what did he say my name?
What's the thing that you're seeing that you're just like, that's terrible?
Yeah. So there's a link to Jacob MG Evans' space. Awesome dude. Really like what he's doing. Very fun.
Oh, I did. No, he dropped down. Hold on. Who's this? Trading.
I'm going to turn the music down even a little more, just because it's harming my ability to hear. But yeah, this is awesome. Thank you so much to Jacob for letting me at least lurk. And I will raise up to speak when I think there's something valuable that I can actually add.
Okay. How's it going?
What's up, Chris?
Hey, there it goes. It popped up now, finally. Alright, accept. She's like, there you are, and there you are again.
Yeah. I was just checking out the website. See what's going on with it.
What's up, Shane? Can you not hear? Hey, Shane, can you not hear Jeffrey?
Yeah, I thought it was done.
Thought he was in the middle of a like literally a sentence. What's up, Shane?
Did you get my DM on Discord?
Get your DM on Discord. You know, I had a life when like
I'm gonna turn the music down all the way. I feel like it's harming my ability to hear too.
messaging me because I never respond. I miss those times. All right, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Messages. Oh, they changed their UI. This is a pain in the ass. Okay, why do I do this? Why am I like this?
They did enable like a dark theme now though.
Let's see. Why am I like this?
All right, so we're gonna listen to the space instead of audio.
In Electron.
We have permission to do so, and yeah, we're chilling. We got code to do. If you know, if I find a good moment to jump in, I think we're good.
Like, I told you, if you wanted this to be usable by other people, you're gonna have to do it in something like Electron, where you have access to the file system, or you can just make it for yourself and not worry about any of that shit. Why are you like this, Shane?
I don't even use the file system because I just set up a SQLite DB now. So
Dude, why the fuck do you make it an Electron then?
Just make a web app, dude.
You could have just made a fucking web app.
It's not on the web, right? It's a SQLite DB that's stored locally on the machine.
You could, okay.
I just want to jump in. That SQLite instance still needs file system access, so Electron does make sense.
Yeah, but there's like, isn't there like IndexedDB on the web? Or?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's IndexedDB on the web. I literally was gonna say that.
And if you really need SQLite, you can throw that on like an edge function.
IndexedDB caps out at 50 megabytes on most browsers.
Right, IndexedDB is tiny.
50 mega. He's creating a journal app.
It's a
like he doesn't need.
journal.
He doesn't need like every fucking. He can make 500,000 pages of this journal. It'll be like 1 kilobyte, dude.
The moment he throws any image into a journal entry, he's screwed.
Then don't do images.
Sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah, I wish there was a service for uploading.
It does have Markdown.
To be fair, a journal would be nice with images.
Bro, do not store the images in a DB.
Yeah,
I feel like I just need to say
And
that.
I don't want.
Like, you shouldn't do that even if you're doing a traditional backend.
Yeah, this
So-
is turning into a giant project for no reason, folks. Okay, you know what also he could do? You know what also he could do? He could just go make a private repository on GitHub, and you have all these fucking features already.
That's true too. But again, I just want to chime in. If he was going to do the SQLite thing for just his post, but he still wanted to do images, again, he needs file system access. So IndexedDB does not solve this.
It solves it now. Why are you trying to cross bridges we're not at yet, Chris?
Because that's what I do.
Sorry, like, I feel like I missed the first part. What is the project?
So many people talking over each other. You're fucking hilarious. Okay. I'm gonna answer Horace's question because I actually heard it. Horace, the project is something Shane's working on. I don't know who this person is. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know who you are. The project is Shane was like, I want a journal thing. I want to make a journal thing. I want to use a journal thing. I don't even like it. He seems fairly confident that he's not going to use this after a while, which is I find hilarious. So I don't know. It's an exercise in futility. But anyways, the idea is like he decided he wants to make this journal thing. He started off doing it in a CLI with Go, and then I talked to him, and I talked him out of that. I was just like, bro, why don't you just go make like a simple, you know, web app, and you just run it locally. If this is literally all you're using it for, you can just write to disk, you know, and just read off a disk, and you have like this like nice UI that you're building out yourself for your own little personal journal thing. And then he comes back and he's like, I built it on Electron. So here we are, Horace.
This is your fault. You should have just let the man be happy and build a thing with Go.
It was a CLI for a journal. Why?
Okay, but all right. Hear me out. Hear me out. It doesn't need to be super. It doesn't need to be super pretty,
I
but
can't
like,
hear you, Shane. Shane, nobody can hear you. You're like
oh
a
wait,
whisper. You're like a
Is that any
whisper.
better?
Slightly. Like try putting your microphone in your mouth. Just like
Oh, can is it switch to web?
Try putting your mic in your mouth.
where you we can hear you.
Jacob's hilarious. Has he had the whiskey too?
I really don't.
I don't know why I went with electron.
I don't know why I'm here now. And then like this constantly happens to me, right? I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool if I could do X, and then I'm like, oh, that's cool, but that will create another issue that I have to overcome, and to overcome that, I have to integrate some other technology, and then it just fucking snowballs, and then I'm sitting on like a completely custom Electron PRPC React TypeScript.
Bro, all right.
The
Oh wait,
fact that
Shane,
it's
Shane. Okay, wait.
the fact that it's working though is impressive. I give you props, like clap. You know, everybody's clapping.
All right. Yeah, props.
Great.
It's working. So good job done. But I'm curious. What
Yeah,
are the
yeah.
capabilities? What are the capabilities
I
of
was
it? Like
pretty
for you,
pretty
if it's
pumped
journal,
that
is it just like text input, or are
PRPC
you
works.
also supporting?
That
Are
was
you?
awesome. PRPC
Oh,
with React Query.
sorry.
Can you
Can
hear
you?
Horace? Are you
Hang
using the
on.
web again, Shane? Are you using
I'm
the web?
not. I'm on mobile. I cannot hear Horace. I'll drop down.
Oh
Can't.
fuck.
That explains everything.
The
Oh
app
yeah,
is
that explains things more. Because I'm curious if he's not supporting. I'm curious if the journal supports like freeform text, like if he's using a pen as inputs, or if it's just typing. If it's just typing and he's comfortable in the terminal, I would love to see a journal written in Go using Charm CLI, and it's just a terminal-based journal. That sounds so cool to me.
this call feels nerd.
Yeah, you know why it sounds cool to you? Because you're a Go nerd and you just want this in Go. You just want a thing written in Go that you can be like, look at this cool thing in Go, Jacob, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's cool, Horace. That's it.
Can I just chime in? The major reason to make it in Go is because of the really good like integration with something like Go Releaser and Go Downloader. If you really wanted to let other people consume this CLI tool you were building, Go is a really good experience for that. Whereas they wouldn't need Node.js installed, they wouldn't need some other stuff installed. They could just pull down the binary and be done.
Okay. All of you, stop it. Stop it. Look, this is the thing. All right. Just again, GitHub repository, private GitHub repository. All this problem is immediately solved. Okay. All you need to do is use Git and an editor. Okay. Or here's another one. Here's another one. All right. You ready? You ready? Just Microsoft Office. Okay. Better yet, Google Docs. Okay.
I don't want it on the cloud.
The distribution of Google Docs and MS Office, etc., is nowhere near as good as just downloading a binary that does these things for you on your machine. Right?
Or you open up Notepad and you write it in Notepad and save it on your computer.
All right, so now that brings us to the question. Wait, Shane, can you hear me this time?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so I wanted to just ask you like what the capabilities of your app are. Like, is it only text input? Is it like Markdown? Like, what? Talk me through it.
So currently it's
A
Markdown.
curated experience
Literally it.
for a new entry in your journal
Okay, yeah. So I was
and
gonna say
organizing these things, making them searchable, all
what I
that.
wish would be like a
Notepad
terminal-based,
doesn't do that.
a terminal-based journal. Then it would be really cool if you had done it in Go and used Charm CLI to make it really pretty. So you have a really pretty terminal TUI journal app. I think that would have been cool.
So when it was a terminal,
Someone just had a plane fly by, and that was cool. It went from like ear to ear. Did that work for y'all? Did you hear the stereo of that?
and then saved to the local disk.
I really feel like I heard that go from like left to right.
Charm is, assume it's a colorizing pretty CLI tool.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
It's
but it
like
also
it's just a UI library type thing.
Yeah, that was good.
it's UI, but it's also like a component library and stuff like that. So you could have like buttons and like boxes and random stuff in your terminal. So it provides like a natural feeling UI for like the 21st century. Because honestly, terminals are cool, but like the fact that it's literally only made for keyboards when the mouse has been invented for like what 50 years now. It's kind of crazy. So,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
so Charm just basically brings the terminal into modern day
Yeah.
and makes it look nice.
I would say if you just need something that takes in arguments at the CLI level, Cobra will solve your problem in the Go world like really easily. Charm is really nice if you want something that feels like a GUI, but it's in your terminal, which is a TUI, like TUI instead. So there's like a very different like aspect of it. Sorry.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah. So this the idea here would be that it would be a TUI journal app where you're writing, where you're journaling in the terminal, and you have a nice feel to it, versus say creating a whole window. Well, it's creating a whole like Electron window. Should be like lighter weight.
I would simply point out that you could do the same thing with Cobra and not need like the full TUI aspect, right? There's certain things that benefit from a TUI and certain things that just don't need it, right? If you're creating a new Gatsby CLI, you don't need Charm, right?
I also want to emphasize, folks. Okay, hey, just keep this in mind. I never encouraged him to use Electron. All right, never encouraged this thing to be created. Okay, I did encourage him not to make a CLI tool out of Go if all he was trying to do was make a a nice GUI interface for journaling his own personal stuff and keeping it on disk. I literally just was like, you should run a local server as a, like like that. Do whatever you want it to look like.
I don't know. I'm pretty happy with it, and I learned a shit ton about Electron, which I've been meaning to do. So if I can accidentally fall backwards into playing around with Electron for a full day, but this Charm thing definitely looks.
I'm not gonna lie. Shane, you have a knack for falling in backwards and learning shit just because of like you overcomplicated something for some bizarre reason that you're not even aware of. Like my favorite so far is still the fucking the bun server rendering like streaming, like what is it, the render stream react on the server function. I forget the fuck the
Yes, I absolutely stream them on a channel called Griffing and Chill.
React components directly into Bun. That was fun.
Yeah, RSC's primarily just like other things also support web streams, but support.
Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, you're totally right.
pipes and blobs.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Jacob MG Evans allowed me to join this with permission.
When I saw it immediately, my nerd
So yeah,
reaction was just like,
we're going to take some time to chat with this. We might hack out some more code here soon. I got more work to do. I definitely recognize that I'm feeling a little bit of burnout from how much is inaccurate from how they describe their APIs, etc. I think they need to hire someone who gives a shit.
About your ability to create learning situations for yourself.
But again, you know, it's whatever. If they don't care, if they don't think it's a viable like avenue for growing their business, then I get it, you know? No, it's not even a paid bounty. I'm making something that I feel like they need. Right? I'm giving them what they need, not what they want.
I've never had any intention of going and looking at Next.js source code and Shane nerd sniping.
I think, solving a problem that they're not even aware of.
I would have thought it was self-explanatory. It's literally
so Lobo, CSS, calling it boring is missing the point. You're just not good at it, and that's why you consider it boring, right? If you were better at it, you'd be totally fascinated by it. I'm going to bet money on that.
Bring something to them that triggers
yeah, skill issue, as Prime would call it. Again, I'm a little bummed on Prime. The fact that he didn't raid anybody. Oh, Bash wasn't going, so he's not going to raid anyone? Oh, come on.
I did not understand that explanation, I'm not going to lie.
But again, I'm still a fan of the Prime.
Oh, okay. That's clear.
Okay, first off, Horace, fuck you. All right. Second, okay, what part of the explanation is unclear? Don't just tell me that it doesn't make
All right.
sense.
Has Jacob had some whiskey?
Elaborate.
Has he had almost as much whiskey as I had?
Yeah, my friend. You have to tell me what it was that didn't make sense.
So
Huh.
think I got it, but I'll say it back to you.
Well, no, I'm glad that you got it, but apparently Horace over here,
Huh.
fucking get it, you get it. I want to make sure Horace is clear.
No, I want to hear Shane's explanation.
I know, we're seeing some unhinged, like, he's usually so, like,
But I wanna hear
curated and presentable.
Hold on. Do you have something you're nerdy about, Horace? I don't
He
know.
is usually, like,
Yeah.
on top of it. Is that why he allowed me to join? Because he's had as much whiskey as I have?
Of how someone would nerd.
Obviously. Yeah, right? Like,
We're talking about something
if he was standard
different topic.
Jacob M.G. Evans, would he actually have allowed me to join? Ooh, I don't know.
And somebody comes and brings you, say like this like CLI that's built in.
No, this one is code and life. It is fully unstructured. That's the goal of it, technically. But Jacob is swearing at people more so than I've ever heard before,
Okay, that's clear. That's clear. Okay, I understand now.
which I find interesting.
Thank you, Jacob.
I'll throw a heart. Why not?
But I did want to say earlier, I'm proud of Shane for like getting that thing built with Electron. I have looked at Electron once, and I was just like, nope. And I did exactly what Jacob suggested, where it's like just build a web app to serve locally. Because yeah, that's basically when I was like creating my own blog posts and stuff, and I was like, oh, I need something to convert market, and I want some nice stuff in there. And I basically realized that I was building a local version of Hashnode, and I was like, cool. And so that's just what I have. And I was like, I'm not building an Electron app for this.
Yeah.
Let me throw my hat into the ring and say that I think Electron is extremely valuable when you have something other people could use. And releasing it out that way is extremely important. And the way that you can release like over-the-air updates without even forcing them to download something new manually is really like awesome. And that's something that they've nailed that Tori hasn't even caught up with yet.
I want to point out that y'all had the fucking autistic guy explaining a colloquialism. Okay?
I'm good enough at CSS. I can make it work and do what I want. I can consume someone else's really good CSS content, right? Really good designs. I can make someone else's designs really easily.
Yeah, like you're defining what that social convention.
I'm a front-end dev by trade. I'm a front-end lead by trade, yes. If I couldn't create a design from, you know, like using CSS from someone else's Figma, I wouldn't be very good at my job.
An almanac would be closer. An almanac would be closer.
Speaking of which, are you guys doing Advent of Code? They had an almanac 2 days ago.
The plots are like completely fucking meaningless, though. To be fair, like I don't even remember which problem that was because it didn't matter to the algorithm.
I legitimately looked at day one because I was like, I told Theo, I'm not doing Advent of Code this year.
Yeah, Lobo, if you're not aware, like, my bread and butter has been leading front-end teams and then jumping into the back end when I need to. At, like, the companies I've worked at, etc. I am full stack. I consider myself more full stack than a lot of people. But my career has been leading front-end teams in various, like, frameworks, etc.
Yeah, day
What
one
is
was hard.
happening? Bruh. Yeah, I heard it got a little bit easier after day one. Like, what are they doing? Weeding people out? Like,
Yeah,
what is...
The difficulty curve is definitely like weird this year. Like usually it starts off easy and consistently gets harder, but it was like medium easy to hard at the beginning, and then it got easy, and now it's like back to medium. It's weird.
Yeah. My feeling is they were like trying to weed out all the like the like AI nerds at the beginning. Like they're like nobody's gonna be using ChatGPT if we do day one as like a hard problem.
I feel like that would promote ChatGPT.
More verbose to make them more difficult to parse by LLMs. So
Yeah,
you
but,
Is
have
that
to
why?
read
I'm just
between-
like,
you have to
it's
read
so much
between the
reading.
lines at the test cases more.
You know what's wild to me though? what's wild to me is LLMs don't have problems with verbosity. Humans have problems with verbosity.
LLMs have problem with verbosity too.
They have results on how many.
Maybe I don't use them, so I don't know.
At this point, I don't know if it's going to improve much.
Ah, there you go, Lobo. Yeah, that makes sense. I get you.
About Copilot.
Yeah, I think using it for refactoring is a really good use case. If I were to paste the entire content of this, like, one of these files I got, I could get that.
But like ChatGPT, I think 3 got like heavily nerfed.
Oh, so coffee and coding. Thank you for the correction. I'm going to jump in and correct myself.
Heavily nerfed.
They've been super fun. That's the first
It's not a good time. I got to wait for like a lull. But yeah, last time I looked at Tori, it was on the roadmap. It wasn't part of their core yet.
When I read the problem and just like reading the problem is difficult, I'm just like, nah.
Yeah, so coffee and coding, that's my bad. I'm out of date.
Some of them were bad, but like,
I'm out of date. That's my fault. I haven't kept up on Tori since the last time I looked at it, and that was like 6 months ago.
Right? I just want to know what the problem domain is and solve it. That's
Yeah, it's really good. Tori is awesome. Like, I'm not trying to talk shit on Tori. I just, at the time of my understanding, Electron ships with more like things that Tori hasn't caught up with yet. But Tori like is focusing even on like mobile apps and shit, and that's like way outside the scope of Electron, right? So yes, I have outdated information on Tori, and that's my fault. And I want to chime in and just say it here in the chat. I gotta wait for a good moment though.
I'm gonna wait for Nick to look it up.
While we're waiting, real quick, I just want to chime in. A viewer in my chat mentioned that Tori actually has really good like update functionality now, to where you wouldn't have to download a new version. That is new to me, and I'm just now being made aware of it. So sorry for like misspeaking there.
We all misspeak. It's fine.
Wait, Chris, can your viewers hear us as well?
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's a public thing, so I wanted to make sure that was okay. Like, but yeah, just awareness for everyone else. Like, you can be heard by my Twitch chat as well. So sorry for that.
Oh no.
I was watching his stream while I was doing this.
at least they can't see me down.
Wait, are you gonna do VOD? Will this be the first ever recorded coding live?
It's on YouTube right now because I have that VOD going, but my Twitch VODs are actually like sub only.
Okay. Just for all of you to know. Okay, I've been doing these for like what, over 2 years now. There were recorded ones in the past. It's just I didn't find any value in that. Okay. And it's not like get things.
My mistake. Apologies. I thought this was like a thing someone else could listen to in the future, so I didn't realize that. That's my bad.
No,
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Look. This is the thing. Okay. First off, I don't care if people are have I don't know, stream and other people are listening. It's public, like you said. This is public. It's public. Okay, it's in the public. As for recording, I don't care.
Oh, that's awesome, coffee and coding.
You have to notify people so that they know. That's all I have to say. It's like let people know that there's gonna be recordings. Mainly because what I found is
I didn't know that, man. Yeah, cool.
in the past, when I was doing the spaces and I was recording them, either using like the recording feature here, or I was recording it using hardware, or somebody else I knew was recording it with their hardware. When we told people that, there was just, let's just say, less candid conversations happening. But the thing is anybody in the listener section could be recording this, and I don't know. So like I just generally have like this like inferred like, hey, you're in the public, just like if you're walking around in the public in real life, right? And you're talking with somebody, and somebody's holding a freaking a phone up, and they're recording, and they happen to pick you up while they're recording. It can happen, you know. They get pictures of you, like that shit can happen in public. It's public, so Just keep it in mind.
I do want to chime in. If there's anyone else out there that would like me to like mute when they're talking, etc., just say so, and I will totally like mute the stream. I'm sorry, I did not mean to expose that. I thought this was like a recorded space, so that's my fault.
No,
I'm sorry.
no. You're absolutely fine, Chris. Like I said, as long as you came in and you were like, "Hey, this is gonna be recorded" or whatever, I don't care. So
Yeah, no,
yeah,
no, you're good. For the record, Chris, the only reason I asked is that I've been toying with the idea of streaming like some of the side stuff I do. The problem is that I I don't understand how people like stream and code and also check chat at the same time. So my idea would have been like, oh, I'll just do a Twitter space and anyone who would want to talk or comment or whatever, they'll just because like I don't have to visually look at like a chat, for example. And so that's what so I'm very curious to see how this works out for you. My one problem there is that it's hard to like keep a keep a like a space sort of like PG, and if I'm streaming, my mom would probably be watching, so I would have to keep it PG.
good luck.
So I hear that. Yeah, right now I am purely focused on this space right now. I have paused like the work I was doing on stream. So yeah, it's like it's a little tougher to like chat and like be like part of it and then also get stuff done. Whereas like while streaming and building something, it's really actually easy to like look at chat when you feel like you're ready to look at it. You can actually impose like Pomodoro timers and things like that to where chat knows that you're not looking at chat, right? And things like that are actually very useful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh, okay, that might
And like,
work.
Or you could have another screen that has chat up. That's another one that a lot of streamers do, where they just have another screen somewhere that has chat.
also a lot of bigger,
Go ahead.
a lot of bigger streamers will filter chat to like donations or like limited time highlighted messages.
Yeah, nobody here is a big enough streamer for that, Nick.
Even the Primogen like looks at live chat from time to time. Alt F4 stream, like a lot of the biggest streamers here on Twitch actually look at chat in an unfiltered fashion, right? But again, tech Twitch is very different from like, you know, the big famous Twitch streamers, right?
Yeah, so
Oh
like
yeah.
because I watch, so like I watch a lot of Prime and Theo, but like they have like a lot of mods as well. So like they're in chat and they have chat up real time and look at it, but they also have mods that that can like that are quick to like ban like and punish bad behavior, which so they have like this sort of community built up, which makes sense, and they can leverage it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Mods in Theo's chat. Was that?
Isn't it
I'm
like the
laughing out loud. I'm literally laughing out loud at that one.
like Jacob, like have I been wrong this whole time? I was like, are you one of the mods, Jacob?
Never. I'm always looking for reasons to ban people.
I'm not going to chime in on that one.
Speaking of coding stuff, by the way, do you guys have a good solution for like form submissions for like contact information, like sending emails to you?
What are you writing this in?
I mean, it's just like that's just a simple front end form. So you like fill in the email and the name, and it'll probably just
Yeah.
shoot you. I'm using formsubmit.io, but I was just wondering if there was an alternative solution that you had recommended.
Right, but what is the? Is it just like plain vanilla JavaScript and HTML? What are you writing this in?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm just doing Astro and
Astro.
as
Okay.
JSX. Yeah.
I'm not an Astro expert, so I don't know if they have really good form libraries, but I assume so, since that's like one of their uh, big things is kind of just like static or incremental websites. Um, I like if it was like say if it was Remix or Next, I certainly just say like just use the built-in features for that.
I want to chime in that Remix is a very good option for marketing pages that have that type of like form interaction, right? Remix is like the #1 thing I would reach for that.
I don't like Remix, and I would recommend it for something that it was doing. Like a great example is like certain types of e-commerce websites with like checkouts and stuff. Those tend to be like a very good for how Remix is built. Hence why fucking Shopify ended up buying them out. But I've been saying I've been saying that long before Shopify bought them. I think it's amazing that Shopify bought them, and I was just like, I am vindicated.
I agree 1,000%. Just wanted to chime that in for sure.
Nice, beautiful. Yeah, I don't like Remix, and I would still recommend it in those types of situations. As for Astro, very doable. Don't get me wrong, very very doable. It's certainly capable of
I've got more. I've got so much more whiskey. Oh my. You don't even know.
Unfortunately, I wish I knew.
You don't even know. I got whiskey for days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I was doing my brother's website like a couple months ago, and he needed like form submissions and stuff, I use a service called Form Spree, and their free tier is generous enough for like anything my brother was ever gonna need. So it's just like, and it was like.
That's a good point. Yeah, there are services for this. Form Spree, there's a bunch of them.
Stuff, and it sent him the email, very low tech, and so that it got the job done and got out of my way.
Is that like Netlify Forms? Is it just like a built-in like cloud form type of thing?
I think it's its own like service. Forms.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to have like an analogous example here. Like it's like Netlify has their
Yes.
form
Yeah,
stuff.
No, I didn't get more lemonade yet. I fucked up. I missed that when I went to Costco today.
The thing I like about Netlify forms is you can make them in HTML. So as long as you have like some sort of static site generator or some sort of pre-rendering, you can just have the Netlify CDN deal with your form responses, and they have like spam detection and whatnot, which is a huge pain in the ass to implement yourself. If you have
Exactly, yes, that's the thing.
Like you do not want to do your own like email scam.
Yeah, here's a question for Jeffrey. Are you using your own like database, or do you want something to also to manage like the forms and the data from the forms and all that?
I mean, like, I'm just looking into implementing it right now, so I haven't really like thought about what exactly I'm gonna need as far as like protection and stuff. I implemented something else where I was just using formcommit.io and kind of just like using PHP for the backend to kind of like send it out. I'm not sure exactly. I'm just seeing what kind of options are out there so I can do some research and see how everyone's handling it.
So to chime in real quick. Oh, I'm sorry.
Like, yeah, it's going to be important, I guess.
I just want to chime in real quick. If you want to do your own form for something like that, even if it's Remix based, establishing a honeypot field and a reverse honeypot field will actually like solve a lot of that spam for you.
You know what's really funny is for the OSRG website, when Theo rewrote it for the form submissions, instead of going to a database, we just created a channel in my Discord server, and he just had the form submissions go to that Discord channel. This is a private channel that just if anybody ever uses the contact form, it just goes to that channel as the submission, or is it like a post?
That's a really cool use case because you'd actually like, you could outsource that to a crew of moderators that, they're human beings that actually recognize spam way better than like a spam filter would. So yeah, cool.
Yeah. Well, it was also just like, didn't have to set up a database or anything.
The honeypot field is a good idea, so thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I thought about that because I was like, oh, we're talking about like the Netlify form.
Ooh, so a reverse honeypot is you fill it with a value you're expecting,
like a cloud form service,
and the form submission either fills it in or doesn't with the value you care about, right? So the honeypot is you're expecting it to not be filled. The reverse honeypot is you're expecting it to have a very specific value. And if they change that value, then you kind of like know that they're trying to like script the hidden form values too. So yeah, the reverse honeypot is to like handle anyone that can recognize a hidden form field, and then they fill it in because, but it's not the same value you're expecting.
There's so many people that wouldn't get that.
I'm not saying it's perfect, but the honeypot and reverse honeypot does still solve like the 99% of spam. And then like a human being spamming you on like a lower economy where it's like really easy to just pay them 25 cents to do it, right? Like that would happen too.
We got some cool peeps in here. Jack left as soon as I said that. Amazing. I'm always glad to see Annie.
But yeah, honeypot versus reverse honeypot is still something worth like understanding and looking towards. It's not perfect, right? A proper like spam service is way better. But if you're cheap, you know, throwing some stuff on top is totally worth it, right? So honeypot versus reverse honeypot, doing both is valuable.
Jack Harrington says if you want a journal, just use Astro. It has a built-in markdown-driven CMS, or even just Notion or something. Yeah, he didn't know about the cloud thing, so let's not go down that rabbit hole again.
I just do want to chime in that Astro really solves a lot of use cases like awesomely. Their Starlight starter for documentation is amazing. Like it's so much better than just like a standard Docusaurus. Anyway, sorry.
How does it compare to Docusaurus? Because I'm not like, especially with Docusaurus 3, now that everything is like a modern static site generated like React SPA. Like, what is the advantage of Starlight over Docusaurus?
So Starlight bare minimum gives you really good access to like the Algolia search type stuff as well. And they give you some of like the scrollable output based upon like your headings within a markdown document. Like there's a lot of things where like if you want to have your sidebar have subtitles within sections based upon like the titles you're trying to link to, etc., and like, you know, heavy linking, it does a lot of that for you. And to build that out yourself is a significant amount of effort, which I've done, but yeah, Starlight would have actually saved me a bunch of that.
I just had a bot. It's a bot that's for a tea company. Okay, I just had a bot like a tweet of mine from 2017 because it had the word tea in it.
Nice.
I have to tell you all that
Sips tea?
I got a little nervous when I saw a tweet from that far back being liked because I was like, oh fuck, yeah, this is when it happens. This is when I get canceled.
Yeah. You did mention you used to do a lot of 4chan stuff.
I mean, of all the things that could be like digging through your own old tweets, like spam bots are probably like the least harmful.
Yeah, that's the least harmful. But like, there was a moment when I just saw a tweet get liked, Nick. I didn't know who did it or why or what tweet it was. All right, and this account's been around for a minute.
You're gonna be on the Hacker News front page.
Stop it! That's not how I want to be famous. Like, how do you want to be famous, Jacob? I don't. That's how.
I remember like back in the day. So like I haven't used Facebook since 2013. Since like.
All right, so I have to use the restroom. I gotta pour more water.
That, right?
I'm not talking over people. I gotta go pee though. So BRB.
When people's birthdays were, of course, like that's why everyone has it still. But it would also do this random thing where it'd be like, oh, Facebook memories. And I was like, yo, I used to say the most absurd, like reckless shit. I was like, yo, okay, delete, because I was just like, but I don't think anyone checks Facebook anymore, so I don't think it matters. But like, some horrific shit I used to say in my like as a teenager.
Do I have you on Facebook? I'm gonna dig into your past now, dog.
Nah, no one. I don't accept any friend. I locked that account down, and I don't accept any friend requests anymore.
Horace. Where are you, Horace? I'll find you. Don't worry.
Just do reverse image search on Google or something like that.
I'm an internet sleuth, Horace. Don't worry, I got you. I'll find all them skeletons. No, but like in all seriousness, like we all have been on the internet, like especially fucking millennials like myself. We've all been on the internet like since its beginning, right? As it's like become what it is now, we've like learned and adapted and grown with it. And early internet was fucked up, and therefore we were all fucked up. Like, yeah, the internet's also still fucked up now, but like at least it has its corners where it stays mostly.
I think everyone was just so harsh back then, you know.
Oh, it hasn't changed too much. I just like to think that a lot of these platforms have learned a lot too. Like they've just slowly gotten better at Twitter was getting better at it. Has anybody noticed like weren't we promised like no bots? And like there's like more bots than ever liking all these fucking different posts.
All right, chat. They didn't ask for me or anything, right? Like, no one said my name.
5 years ago.
The conversation is actually over on Jacob MG Evans' Twitter space. Did they say my name? Were they looking for me? They didn't ask for me? Perfect. Awesome. We're good. Just double checking. I had to go pee so bad. Like, oh, it's like the whiskey flows right through me or something.
Like, who the hell is falling for this stuff? Like, as soon as you're like, oh, who liked my thing, and it's like you clearly see somebody that was crazy today. You're like, oh, this is cool. Let's scam. Like, there's no way this works, right?
It does. It's a numbers game. For like 1 out of like 1,000 people that falls for this, it's worth it. That's how scams work. Like almost all like especially like telecommunications scams, right? Like the ones that are calling you up and telling you that oh no, your $500 got transferred out of your account. You need to give me your credentials right now so that I can stop the transaction from happening. And then people fucking their brains short circuit because that's the amygdala hijacking tactic, right? Where their brain short circuit because all they heard was like, this is urgent, it's a bunch of money, and I got to give them this information so they can help me, and then they give them the information, right? So but that doesn't work most of the time. It works one time out of like 20 or 50 or 100, but all they have to do is keep calling people, and that's all it costs them is that they just keep calling people. Same with these bots though. These bots actually cost even less because it's automated. So all they have to do is keep liking these fucking posts over and over and over and over again, and 1 in 500,000 people, it's still worth it to them because there's almost no operational cost. There's no time cost for them at all.
I did want to chime in, Jacob. Have you actually like looked at your car's warranty lately?
No. Tell me more, Chris.
Sorry, I was just having fun.
I've been trying to call you about your car's extended warranty.
Have you heard about this Defi Money hack?
Oh my god, Psychotic came up here. I'm honored.
Guys, I have to say this really quick. You were like, who still falls for this shit? Well, I will tell you who.
Oh no.
Look,
Oh no, this
dude. I know this guy. I know this guy. He's a little bit older, okay? He's a little bit older.
Okay.
You know that account Greg with that guy on it, and his name's Greg?
Yeah. Just Greg. At Greg, yeah.
Yes. So there is this scammer going around who is Greg.
Oh god.
And it's not Greg. It's not the real Greg. It's like a Greg with like 8 followers. And he messages people and he says, I know Elon Musk. Go to this website and buy stock. And the website is called like SpaceX Elon Tesla stock.com or some shit like that.
Amazing, man.
But it's not really stock, it's like Bitcoin, and you have to send them Bitcoin so that they can multiply it.
Of course.
Multiply it.
$1,000 in Bitcoin, and hopefully you can get it canceled, but I don't know what happened, but it's like it sucks. But Greg was following.
That's actually a very classic scam right now. And I just remind your friend, because somebody's gonna have to a few times. Like, remind them that victims of scammers are not. It's not their fault. Like there's gonna be people that victim shame them a lot. Like,
It's not their fault, right? They're good at what they do.
Especially when people,
right? Scammers are good at what they do.
Obvious. It's like at the time it wasn't obvious enough for some reason, and
older people,
that's not.
Prey on older people so bad.
Yes, 1,000%. Yeah, it's very similar to the old. There was the.
Oh, you were saying that previously, Ethan. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I remember when you told that story. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm sorry for that.
Oh man,
yeah, dude. I remember when you told that story.
Not AAA, like the AA or whatever. Or like the, I don't know.
Like batteries?
A type of company that like a lot of like senior citizens get into. It's kind of like a club slash.
Was it AARP or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. I think it's AARP.
AARP. Yeah. Not AA. That's a battery.
Like essentially tricking old people into very similar. It's a very similar thing. Instead of
dude, it's actually like a common scam where people will actually scrape grandparents and looking at what their grandchildren say, like, oh yeah, did you travel to Thailand? Yeah, some scammer will know that your grandchild traveled to Thailand, and then they'll totally call your grandparents saying like, hey, I'm stuck in Thailand, send me money. That's a scam. They almost got one of my grandparents at one point with that one. Because I have a cousin that travels the world because she doesn't have any real hobbies.
I told him to like call or talk to Coinbase because that's who he sent it with, but I hope so. Like, I feel bad. I feel like this just sucks because it's Bitcoin. Like, I don't know. I don't think you can get Bitcoin back, man. You know?
No, you can't. Yeah, I hate to say it, but that's why they use it. That's why they do that. Like if it was like even if it was fiat currency through a bank, like banks will usually try to fight you on it, and then you have to like push them really hard, and sometimes even get lawyers involved. But like they have like at least with their fiat currency in a bank, it's insured, right? So like they can actually like give you the money back, and then they get money from what is it called, like it starts with F, FICO. So they get the money back from FICO. So like in that situation, like at least it's a possibility that you get your money back with cryptocurrency and blockchains and all that. The fucking those exchanges are also all pretty shady themselves.
Right.
He's not wrong.
I looked up the IP address or whatever of the website, and it was like this person also owns Mohammed.paymoney.com and FinlandGambling.io and shit like stupid shit like that.
Of course. Yeah, you can report them to the hosts and stuff too, and they might shut down all those domains. Like when I was working at Cloudflare, that was something I cared about, because if I saw like a Bitcoin scammer website running workers or running on pages or something, I would go immediately.
This is cool. This is the first space I've been in with Annie.
To the trust.
Yeah, Psychotic. Yeah, she kills it.
The workers or the Cloudflare pages.
She's like legit famous at this point. Elon Musk has replied to her fucking tweet. She's famous. She doesn't usually chat. Yeah, I don't remember seeing her actually chat. I know I've seen her lurk before, for sure. But yeah, this is cool. I've seen her lurk. I've definitely seen her lurk. I haven't seen her chat, so this is awesome. Yeah. Like, Jacob has such a welcoming community. Like, it's really cool. So I appreciate him for holding these spaces.
It's gonna get real. It's gonna get real hairy for a while. That's for sure. I don't.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree.
And it's a Friday night. Like, you know, we've done some major work today already.
Has anyone seen the digital?
I got more work to do.
That they'll do your taxes for you.
We'll do it tomorrow. It's fine.
IRS. You're not talking about like IRS.com.
Yeah, I think they launched a way to do your taxes through the IRS, and it's
So
like
fucking
really
funny. I was
funny.
talking
I think like if you want to talk about scams, that's going to be like the scam that attracts the most people.
Yeah. So first off, I disagree when you're bringing that up because I literally talked.
I
About
agree.
This at the very beginning of the space when I was like, yeah, they're coming out with the IRS is really trying to like set up like their own turbo repo so that people stop fucking getting like essentially
Puts on TurboTax.
like turbo repo and H&R Block that literally you can like do this stuff yourself like 99% of the time. You don't need a fucking a CFP, right? Like, so yeah, it's for sure IRS.
This is not financial advice. You having to make that exact comment. Damn right.
Like make it 10 times worse.
This is not financial advice. So I just want to say, puts on TurboTax at this point, but this is not financial advice.
I exclusively do my taxes on paper. My accountant hates me.
The accountant hates me. I don't have an accountant yet, but I will. I will have a. I'm getting an accountant.
Seriously.
A
Puts on TurboTax would be the move. Oh my god. Intuit? Yeah, let's fucking short Intuit to the ground. Let's do that shit.
Assets and like
Again, this is not financial advice. I haven't done anything like that. I'm saying it'd be cool if we did.
What?
But again, not financial advice.
No, I never said that.
Oh, I thought somebody said that about Reddit, that they were on the Reddit for the Wall Street Reddit.
No,
My bad. I said that last time.
No one said that.
nobody said that.
But I've always
Take it easy. All you tax dodgers out there should not be actually saying who you are. You know they can get your IP address right now, right?
For the first 4 or 5 years, I had to use a specific service.
All you tax dodgers better be careful.
For in non-resident alien taxes, and then after
See, that's
after
a good reason. Yeah.
yeah, and then after that, I once I got like my green card and stuff like that, then I started using TurboTax because at that point I just had like a dozen accounts, and I'm like, I'm not gonna try to. It's hard for me to even remember.
Heyo! Sorry. I'm just having fun.
Go gather all that information myself. So TurboTax pulls in all this stuff for me. This year is the first year.
Ape Strong. Oh, I absolutely have some GME stock. Damn right.
It was so nice when I only had.
Damn right. I'm investing in the movement. Right? Fuck them hedgies. Them hedgies are manipulating the market. It's fucking obvious, isn't it? Fuck them hedgies.
Yeah, but don't go to like H&R Block or some of these other places or like even a bank. Like some banks have decent CFA.
Fuck them hedgies. They're the worst.
Unless you have a certain threshold of money, and I'm talking like.
They can garnish my bank account, but they cannot garnish my spirit. Yeah. Oh, Ethan. I like the way you phrased that. Damn right.
Most of those banks are going to treat you as.
I do play video games, Adiyar. I have a gaming stream in which I'll be over there later tonight. I don't know what game I'm going to play. I don't even know what I'm going to cook for dinner tonight. I haven't thawed shit. So yeah, I'm not doing anything that requires like major thawing. I might do some shrimp or something.
His bank takes it to.
Oh, my band. No, I don't have anything recorded for banjo. I do have music I've recorded, but there's no banjo involved.
Enough that they took her off of his account and put her on larger accounts because she was doing so well, and she had no control over keeping. Like she wanted to stay on his.
If you do want to hear the music I've made, check this out. Keep in mind that my younger brother.
Happens to like the big banks, and that's
imposed one of his songs as like the recent thing, I'm not involved in that song he remixed. It's just, yeah, so skip past the recent part and go towards like, you know, maybe like the voiceless album.
Next alternative, and if you really can't find that,
right? That's me not singing, it's all instrumental. I'd say that is actually the thing to check out. My younger brother tried to co-opt my fucking SoundCloud, and he's my brother, so I'm not gonna like be a dick about it.
Every year around text time, like Googlers have this like internal talk about like good CFAs in the area. So, like,
But yeah, there's no banjo in that. I'm really bad at the banjo. I love the banjo for the fact that it's basically like ukulele tuning, and you can do a bar chord, and it sounds great. That's amazing, right? So you could actually just fucking like do your own plucking pattern on a bar chord, and banjo ends up sounding really good.
So, like, which ones are good, which ones are bad, and which ones they recommend.
Yeah, so I want to point that out. Like, banjo is really easy. It's basically ukulele, and you could just do a fucking bar chord, and it still sounds amazing just doing whatever plucking pattern you want to do. Mandolin! Mandolin's the same way. You can just do a bar chord on mandolin and strum that shit, and you're like so good to go, dude. Like so good to go.
Easy miss right there. That's all Google is scared about. They're like, this is a horrible. The name could have been better.
yeah, I'm super stoked because
Yeah, I love making music. I really do. Yeah, the music over there is nothing to do with like the stuff I do normally.
Have you seen it? Have you felt a difference? Because I don't use Bard, but like
I use Bard.
If you want to see me play guitar right now, I'd fuck up.
Quite.
But it's totally original, and it's not a song that's recorded anywhere else.
I'll dump.
So anyone with 100,000 channel points could make me do it. I'd say, please let me do it tomorrow. Please let me do it tomorrow before like 2 or 3 o'clock p.m. Western time. Because after that, yeah, the whiskey is gonna make the guitar playing way worse.
Like some more information on what this is and blah blah, and it like is actually like turning nonsensical logs into like something that's human readable, and I was pretty impressed by that. And it seems to be a lot more capable of like very contextual.
Not that bad. I'm not gonna put it in my mouth or anything. Like earwax tastes terrible.
Right. So if I'm like if I have 3 apples and 1 apple is eaten, how many apples do I have? And it's like, oh, you have 2 apples. If you go put that in fucking ChatGPT 4 right now, it's like, well, you still have like really what you want to like figure
I want to chime in so bad with how about them apples?
Like, shut the fuck up, ChatGPT.
My instinct is to say, how about them apples? Sorry.
Maybe.
He's like super philosophical. It's really funny. It's really funny.
I'll try it then, because I don't use most of the AI. So I subscribe to. I have a Copilot subscription.
Had to do it. I had to do it. Okay, I'm only human.
I don't use AI that much, except for like the search. So like.
Damn, we got Ryan Florence in the crowd of this, dude. Again, I'm a big fan of Ryan Florence. I can disagree with him, and I'm still a fan. Same with Prime.
Hallucinated entire Golang packages for me the other day when I was trying to solve Advent of Code. But anyways, like if I'm actually trying to do something, I'd open up Bing, go in Bing Chat, talk to Bing Chat, and then like have it generate an image for me. Like if I needed to generate an image.
I feel like I'm pretty good about waiting for a good moment to chime in. Have I been fucking that up? Or am I doing good about that? How do you feel coffee and coding? Like you're even in there, right? Am I doing okay?
Yeah.
Not being like an overriding asshole about it? Am I good?
Yeah.
Good chimes. All right. I'll take it.
As the Gemini model improves, and if Ultra comes,
I'll take it.
I honestly think Ultra is gonna be like the same thing that ChatGPT did with 4, where they're gonna make it a paid-for version. And if Ultra is even half of what they said Gemini is supposed to be in that release, it's gonna probably like I haven't for instance I haven't paid for ChatGPT 4 because like I think 3.5 and Bard and like Bing, for instance, and Copilot, they all basically do enough of what I need that I don't need to go and pay for $20 a month for fucking Thor on ChatGPT. But like, I would be pretty tempted if Bard started using Gemini Ultra and it even like had like at least 90% of what they promised on release when they were announcing Gemini. Like if it's 90%, I'm probably gonna get it. Like it's pretty insane when you like look at like if you watch their video and look at the supposed specifications of Gemini. I don't think Pro has all that right now. I don't think Pro.
But
has all that.
apparently the video was a big fat lie though for marketing purposes. They're like it's aspirational. Okay, so like they published the blog post and it's linked to the video as well. The blog post explains how they generated most of those inputs, and it like required a lot more prompting and stuff. And it wasn't like it was a video feed. It was like slices of still images that was presented to it. And I'm like, all right, sure, it still technically can do that, but it like required a lot more. It the video made it seem way more seamless than it actually was. Because like Gemini was making jokes about like what the quack and all that stuff. Like that stuff didn't happen, and like there was a lot of prompt engineering in the background.
Yes, that's why. So Ultra is supposedly not even like a thing yet. Is that correct?
Ultra is a thing. Ultra is a thing. It takes up a lot of it takes up a lot of data center resources. And it's
Damn.
available. It's available for testing. Like Ultra spans multiple data centers. Like the model is ridiculous. So it exists. Googlers are testing it. The problem is that it hasn't been. It's not for public consumption as yet. It's not locked down enough.
I think it's nobody could access it yet.
Amazing. That excites me.
Yeah, no, because we've had like internally we've had access to like what became Gemini for a while. So like ever since even like so Google I/O was it May or something like that. We've had access to all of them, and so you know how this is multimodal, right? So like we've had that multimodal thing for since then that we could test internally, but I decided that this is not part of my job, so I wasn't really gonna just randomly just spend all my day testing their service. But yeah, so that's been accessed internal. That's been available internally for a while, and it's pretty decent. If somehow it never does the thing I wanted to do, but I think I'm just really bad at prompt engineering, and I think I just need to become better at that. Like tried getting it to build. I mostly tried getting like for in terms of images, tried getting it to build me logos or explaining code to me and stuff like that. And okay, it can explain code pretty well actually. Like that's something that Google has had for years. Like you know how like Copilot and all that stuff. We've had that internally at Google for since before I joined, like 3 years ago. It's been phenomenal. Copilot is like dog shit compared to what we have internally, honestly. But in terms of like a general purpose thing, that's just this year, and I haven't really found a great use case where I'm like, this is. I haven't worked it into my daily workflows yet.
Dang horse, you're just like everybody here is just like, man, I would just so many people here just wish they had that
Dude, I'm telling you,
opportunity.
I have a through through that AI assist I've written. I've my code stats say I've done over like 30,000 lines of Java. Bro, I could not program Hello World. I still cannot program World in Java, but I've written thousands of lines of Java code running in production, running people's services now, and I have no idea how to write Java.
Oh, you're my hero, dude.
That's amazing, actually. That's pretty fucking
I
cool.
refused to learn the language.
Dude, I'm right there with you.
I like building stuff. I get it. I don't get what they're saying, actually.
Why po no mo? Why would you do this? It's weird. All right.
Future of engineering? Yeah.
I just got distracted for about an hour as someone mentioned that they wanted to do something with create expo stack, which is just like turn it into a snack URL and share it with other people. And I was like, that's really cool. I don't know how to do that. But you know who I bet does know how to do that? Is ChatGPT. And then I got real distracted for an hour from doing things that I should have been doing. And I just wrote this library and then I published it. And so now I can do that. And I'm kind of like, that's a good thing and a bad thing. Like, I should not be this easily distractible from like core things that I should be doing. So, I don't know. You can build things as a developer, and now as like someone who uses one of these like models, you can do so in like a very fast amount of time. So it's almost like distracting to build things, like immensely.
No, it saves a lot of time for other stuff, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have gotten like nerd sniped and gone down that rabbit hole regardless, but it would have been like 2 days instead of like a few hours.
Yeah, you'd be on Stack Overflow for a long time just trying to solve something simple instead of ChatGPT just writing a bunch of it for you, at least as a starting point.
I feel like the barrier to entry when it's like Stack Overflow is just like I'll just be banging my head against the wall and I'll be like, this isn't worth it. Nah, fuck this. Like, I'll do this later. In the appropriate set of priorities that it is. But because it's so simple and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get what you're getting at.
I really love that someone threw together the what is it? Let me chat GPT that for you. That's like I send that shit to so many people now.
Yeah, that's amazing because like honestly, I still use the let me Google that for you all the time.
Exactly.
I don't understand.
For the code report videos recently, just explaining everything I need to know.
From Fireship?
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah,
His sense of humor is just on point. Like, I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Ooh, you said that you said the wrong thing. Jacob's not his biggest fan.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not gonna get into it today.
I don't know anything about him as a person, but his sense of humor on his videos is entertaining and allows me to not pay attention to what's going on. I don't even know where do these things get announced. I don't watch announcement videos anymore. Like, I just wait for Fireship to tell me what happened.
I don't watch announcement stuff either. Usually just other people DM me and they're like, "Did you see this?" And I'm like, "Nope, thanks for showing me."
But now I saw it.
Hey, that's the benefit, though. You said people used to not message you and you kind of loved it, but now people show you cool stuff, so that's good.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to everything. You know how many cons there were to like my completely hermit lifestyle though?
No idea. Hopefully not many.
There was not many. There was not many at all.
There are plenty of cons to a hermit lifestyle. He's just not recognizing them.
Again, like the area you're in Texas, I think, or something.
Not for much longer. I just bought a house in Washington State.
Oh, bet. Congrats.
Oh, you're gonna be a neighbor?
Neighbor. Yeah. Wait, where are you? Are you in Seattle?
I'm in Redmond, but I'm planning on moving to Leavenworth here soon.
Why?
Leavenworth on like the east side of the mountains is like cheaper rent, and I'm like a good 45 minutes closer to the mountain.
Okay. I am gonna be in Gig Harbor, so you know where that is if you're in Redmond.
Yeah, that's like out there, but like again, if they have good internet, like you can do remote wherever you're at, and like cheap land, cheap everything. Like, dude, Gig Harbor is awesome. Yeah, that's a great move.
Yeah, it's a really nice area. It's not that out there. Thank you very much. All right.
It kind of is. Just saying. Right? You're basically on like the MXPX like move to Bremerton like move, right?
Yeah. So not that long ago, a few years ago, I was living up in Port Orchard, which is like between Gig Harbor and Bremerton. And I just like the area. I like Gig Harbor in particular is like it's a pretty nicer um area. You know, like just good education. The downtown's really nice. Um, you know, I gotta consider things for my kid, right? Um, and in particular, like we were looking at Olympia really hard. And we actually had looked at like a couple houses out in Olympia because so Olympia I think is the capital, and um, it's pretty far out there. It's like but it's also really close to the Olympia National Forest, which I absolutely fucking love. I'm gonna spend a lot of time out in the mountains and out in the rainforest. That's the other reason that I want to be out there is just well, do you like hiking, Chris?
Only for powder. So yeah, I'm lazy. But I do want to say, like, if you're moving out to the peninsula in any way, it's the only temperate rainforest in the United States, right? It's a rainforest, literally, but it's in the U.S. and it's like super weird and crazy, and it's really fun to be out there for sure.
Yeah, they have subtropical rainforests in Hawaii, but like that's not a temperate rainforest, which is like the main thing that Chris is getting at is really cool is because you have like these like very old growth trees with moss all over them. It's very like fantasy kind of feeling when you're out there.
That sounds super sick.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I would already miss
But yeah,
Washington.
closing the house is closing. It's supposed to be on the 10th, but I pushed it back to Thursday so that I could like actually call the utility companies and shit and get everything flipped over. But yeah, the house is mine. It's for all intents and purposes. Like unless escrow like blows up or a comet flies in and smashes into my house, it's
Bitcoin
mine.
scam.
Curse him. Don't curse
By
him.
the way,
I know. Don't curse him. Come on, man.
in like 50 minutes still.
I wasn't doing that tonight. Who thought I was doing
Oh,
it tonight?
good schedule.
On what schedule?
Isn't it Sunday?
Oh, on
Schedule.
Twitch. I gotta change that.
Oh, damn.
I was like,
Yeah.
damn, Jacob has a schedule?
He's got a schedule, dude.
Barely. No, the Twitch thing. I gotta update it because like the only one that's scheduled now is the one on Sundays. The other two, one of them was on hiatus for so long that I just moved it over to Discord. So
Damn, I have a neighbor cooking some seafood right now that smells so fucking good. It's basically gumbo. Oh my god. That gumbo smells amazing.
This fucking mean nothing to both of you, but I'm planning on doing Candela Obscura, which is Critical Role made kind of like their own game system for like if you're familiar with like tabletop RPGs, you'll know about like Call of Cthulhu and um, Critical Role, big this group that got huge playing Dungeons and Dragons on YouTube. They recently created their own game system for a Lovecraftian horror RPG called Illuminated Worlds. It's a really cool game system that really like it is way harsher and way more just like deep in lore than even Call of Cthulhu, which is saying something because that game was pretty gnarly. But like they have like a still like for rolling, right? Like if I was to do like a check or something, 1 through 3 is a failure. Okay, 4 and 5 are mixed success, and 6 is a full success. So how the probability curve works when you're rolling a d6, right? The distribution of rolls mainly land between 3 to 5, right? That very much just like that's statistics. But anyways, so this game is basically you go into the game knowing that you're mostly gonna get mixed success or failures, and you have the ability to add dice using certain skills and abilities. Add dice to your rolls to increase the probability of a mixed success. Again, like the probability of a 6 is very low in comparison to a 3, 4, or 5. So you're basically just adding a higher probability of a mixed success. So you basically go into this game knowing you're gonna get fucked up. It's
Dude,
amazing.
Matt Mercer is such a genius. Literal 200 IQ, honestly.
I love that you know who that is. Yes.
I watched the whole first campaign. That was my shit, dude. I quit during the second and third, but first campaign.
I quit during it.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna try to. So I found the RPG that I bought at PAX East. I don't know. People know PAX.
Yeah. Penny Expo, Arcade Expo. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was at PAX East last year, and I picked up a lot of solo RPGs because I didn't really have a group of friends that did role playing games. And my favorite one I haven't played yet, but your mention on success really reminded me of it. So solo RPGs are kind of like, I don't know. I feel like they're a mix of like interactive journaling and luck. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
So the one that I'm thinking of, my favorite, is called Hope Is Not a Plan, a journaling game of professional horror.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can link it. I'm gonna see if I can link it in the.
Right. So yeah, I just sent out some messages to a couple people. You know.
I tweeted it. There's another one that I'll send in a second. So basically,
I don't want to name them, but yeah, I let them know that they could totally jump on up. Right. Jacob is really welcoming to speakers, etc. For sure. Like, it's actually really awesome. He's such a good dude. I thought he didn't like me for ages. When instead, yes, you know, I should have actually, like, just reached out to him. He's a human being about it, you know? He's a good dude.
Success is not impossible, but you will most likely fail. So it goes. And you have a project lifecycle in which progress in the game mimics the realities of project.
So it goes? Oh my god.
Onboarding, pre-sale, kickoff, execution, closure.
That was a Kurt Vonnegut reference, and people won't recognize it.
It has templates for status reports. It's beautiful.
What the fuck?
Those were my 4 screenshots, but there was somebody else that I just tried to look it up. There's somebody else that I think has a PDF of it, maybe? I'm gonna link.
So it goes? That is Kurt Vonnegut. 1000%.
So help me God if this is some weird person. Yeah. They're on free open sourced it on the Mastodon server, so I'm assuming that they're an open source nerd, which is also doubly funny.
I just have to shout out my really appreciation for So It Goes. That is a Kurt Vonnegut reference if I've ever heard it. Thank you so much.
I was so excited when I didn't even know solo RPGs were a thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, the best way to think about it is like we have video games that are,
like, dude, So It Goes. Like, ting-a-ling, hi-ho, motherfucker. Yeah, dude. Like, yeah. Oh, man, PM Walls. Yeah. That's why we get along, I think. Because we know Kurt Vonnegut together.
Really?
Yeah.
That is awesome. Fuck yeah, dude. That is so fucking cool to me.
Yeah, I never played.
So it goes. Ting-a-ling, hi-ho, motherfucker. Oh, if you ever read Slapstick, Ting-a-ling and hi-ho should actually, like, resonate. The So It Goes is, like, Slaughterhouse-5. I get it, right? But you're actually, like, barely scratching the surface of Kurt Vonnegut if you don't know the other phrases. I would encourage you to read Slapstick. Oh my god.
Switch around.
Oh, it's so good.
And the entire premise
Ting-a-ling!
is that you
Hi-ho, motherfucker! Like, the motherfucker is me adding some flavor to it, but yeah, hi-ho.
like so if everybody's ordering a beer, you just kind of have to figure it out, and it's very lo-fi. So it's all black and white stick figure or line drawings, and one red cursor or something. And so it's like there's an old person. You should let them have the
Slaughterhouse 5 is great. Yeah. Slapstick is like its own specific thing. It's actually written before Slaughterhouse 5 was even a thing, as far as I know. I don't know the timeline. But yeah, like Slapstick actually, if you're a Kurt Vonnegut fan in any significant way, you should read, like, you should totally read Slapstick. Welcome to the Monkey House is actually like the canonical Vonnegut. Don't feel bad if you haven't read it, but yeah. Welcome to the Monkey House is, sorry for the hiccups, the canonical Vonnegut. And that's a tongue twister. That's why I needed to do the hiccup first. Who is speaking? We are in a space from Jacob M.G. Evans. We got a bunch of people involved in it. Let me paste it so y'all can like chat and understand who's chatting. This is awesome. He gave me permission to listen to it. I hope people recognize that this is public and chatting is public, you know. But yeah, he does not record this in general, and I actually feel bad about that, and I might not chime in until he starts actually recording these in the future, because this is ending up in my VOD, but people might not be aware that they are, like, recorded forever. So that's my fault. That's kind of like, yeah. He has okayed it for today, but into the future, yeah, that's my fault. So that's my bad. I need to be, like, respectful of people's, like, boundaries. He already established those boundaries, and I think we're good. But, yeah, I don't think it's actually implied based upon the boundaries that are normal. So that's totally my fault. I apologize.
With, like, the whole character's story, and the ending pissed me off so much, but at the same time I was just like, yeah, but fuck you, but yeah, I get it, and fuck you.
I got really emotionally invested in Mario Kart Wii, and that emotion was rage.
Damn. So Annie, Soycotic,
That's fair.
this is my first time even hearing her speak. I'm not gonna lie, like, I would not equate that voice to the photos I've seen. I feel like those photos are, like,
We can just light them all on fire with thermite.
less than accurate. But again, like, that's amazing. Like, dude, this is cool. This is amazing. I'm hearing voices of people I've never even chatted with. I've chatted with Jess before over in, like, World of Warcraft. I've never chatted with Annie. I've never even heard her voice before. Like, this is amazing. Hearing people that are basically real, but, like, hearing their voice makes them actually real. Like, that's actually really cool. I love this. This is fine. This is awesome. This is fine, right? Building burning behind me. Yeah, this is fine.
You can still play the game together, which is everything, right? Like being able to like problem solve. It's like kind of a puzzly platformer because you have to throw the yarn and there's physics involved, and so you can really collaborate together on couch co-op. And then once you have to actually execute the thing.
No physics involved with the whiskey. Let me just point that out right now. I hope I'm muted in the right way. Yeah, damn right.
Yeah, it's like $20. I was gonna play it with an 8-year-old over Turkey Day.
At this point, I feel like I need to shout out that we have an entire crew over in the Wild Growth server of just only devs right? The names that we have for people in that World of Warcraft server is amazing. Yes, I've hung out with Jess. It's amazing. It's the best.
I'm supposed to be playing dungeons right now. Like I should be grinding on WoW, and instead I'm on a Twitter space, and I feel a little bit guilty about it, Chris. My username on the WoW growth server, our guild name is called Only Devs, and my username is called iframe.
I am Angular. So, yeah.
Angular.
I am Angular. Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Face to name. Very good.
I'm tempted, but I don't want to purchase World of Warcraft or its subscription. Because last time I did that, I forgot I had like friends and like a life.
Yeah. I went completely silent in a group chat, and like Annie and I have a group chat, and I went totally dead for like 3 days.
Yeah, it made sense when I was in the military, and like it was one of those things I would do just to save money because I wasn't going out and hanging out and going to the bars or hanging out with like a bunch of other freaking soldiers and stuff, just blowing money. It was great for back then, but like the moment I had a life, a partner, and definitely now that I have a kid, I haven't played World of Warcraft since I had a kid. Well, no, I did when I was staying at a friend's for a couple months ahead of my family. So I was able to play World of Warcraft because like we weren't really doing anything. I just go to work, come back, and like he'd be playing World of Warcraft. He's like, "Yeah, you want to play?" I'm like, "Sure."
It's super different now. Like it's so different because they're releasing it in stages and it's vanilla. So they're only doing like level 25 level cap. And then everybody's an adult now, and so nobody's an asshole to each other. Everybody's just nice. No, it's super cool. Chris, I don't know if you can back me up on that. But like, yeah.
I just want to chime in saying my name is Angular, and I'm really bummed because I picked a warlock and I wanted to name my minion RxJS, and I couldn't do so. They don't let you do that.
Why couldn't you name it? Why couldn't you name it RxJS?
You can't name your minion, right? That's like the worst part. Like if I could name my minion, I would absolutely name it RxJS for sure.
So I was trying to convince Ben Lush to join, and did you try for a username for RxJS?
No, he could probably do the RxJS like username, totally fine. I just couldn't name my like imp or like whatever like other minion I get as a warlock.
Because hunters can name their.
Wait, really? Oh, did I mess up? Oh, I messed up. That's my bad.
We should reserve.
Well, no, you should make one and call it Angular 2.
You can't do numbers, but Angular 2 is like TOO.
Yeah, dude. Ben Lesh should do Angular 2 with the word, right? The text, and then make RxJS his pet. That'd be amazing. That'd be the best. Oh my god. I'm so pumped on that.
Are you Angular JS or just Angular?
Angular.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I feel like
Twangular? Oh, that's not bad.
And then we can do guild dungeons with our alts, and we'll all be the different versions of Angular.
Oh my god.
AngularJS, RxJS. What else we got?
I mean, Angular releases every 6 months, so we could do every fucking major version.
Oh my god.
All right. I have a question.
Yeah.
Is this just one of those vanilla servers, like, or is this like a new thing that they're doing?
New thing. It's a new thing. So everybody starts at 0, and you can only go up to 25, and all the professions are capped at like a lower level. So everybody's basically, it's been only out for a week. And so everybody's progressing at the same time. So there's only a handful.
We got a good time going here, Java Grunt. This is good. This is solid. I'm really happy with the group we got.
Basically, the world cap is
Yeah, we're not getting any coding done right now,
it progressively grows.
but we can see eye to eye.
Nostalgia can actually do it because they have live.
I see you. Right?
Interesting.
Like Three Stooges style.
You're gonna have to be like a level 120 to do anything.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I grinded for like maybe 2 days, and then I was like leveled enough to dungeons that everybody on Old My Dev was doing.
Is it the same old raids too?
There's the same old raids and then additional content, and then there's some additional factions. So like the quests are all different, the lore is a little different. Yeah, but there's no like pandas or death knights or weird classes that they
I
added.
like Death Knights.
Well, roll a fucking shaman.
Do they come later? Do we get Death Knights later?
Maybe
I mean, if
eventually.
Arthas Menethil decides to pick up Frostmourne, probably, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I missed.
I saw some really good laughs there. That was awesome.
Like, so mad that I lost the account login info for my World of Warcraft account because I'm like incredibly proud of the name I had, Paninis, on my.
Oh my god.
That was like perfectly indicative of who I was as a 16-year-old.
Paninis,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I was like, I had only just learned what a panini was, and I was just like, I mean, I know what I have to do.
Wait, seriously? It was after Paninis? It was a joke?
My World of Warcraft name was Paninis.
Like
It's like a penis, but panini style. Like, come on. We get it.
Yep,
I was just making a joke that I thought I was unique by matching that with Paninis, but that's actually what you did, okay.
Jess is awesome. She's so pure. She doesn't even get the joke that she was actually making. Or she thought she was making it, like, uniquely. No, that's what they intended. That's legit. Nice.
Apparently her dad like played World of Warcraft
Nice.
or something. She was just like, I can't imagine, dating somebody who plays World of Warcraft. And I was like, so we should get this out of the way right quick. I used to play like crazy, like really intensely, and I'm very proud of that.
Damn right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna throw a heart towards that one.
So I was crushing on some dude, and I was bitching because I told him I was playing WoW, and he's a gamer too. And I was like, I'm about to go into a raid, and he was texting me, and I was like, he should know. He should know that me being in a raid means that I'm not gonna text him back for like 2 hours.
His comms are off.
I know. I was like, I'm in Discord. I'm in the middle of a raid. I'm healing. Like he should know.
Oh, you're
saying,
a healer?
Well,
you're a healer.
No. So this is where shit gets crazy. So in this new, it's called Season of Discovery. There's these things called runes that you can add to your equipment, right? And you can be a mage healer.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
that's wild.
I got a mage because I was like, yeah, give me that damage, and I wanted to be heals because I don't like being left out.
Oh my god.
Oh, damn. Oh, that's like a level of insecurity that we all experience. But holy shit, we were not willing to like acknowledge right now.
An ice and then blood.
Blood elf.
Friggin'. No. Death Knight. A blood Death Knight.
Blood DK, yeah.
Yeah. So I specifically was Ret Paladin when they were OP. They stopped being OP, and then I picked up the next OP thing, which was Blood Death Knights. Eventually they changed it, and like it was like you had to be like this weird like ice combination of ice and something else to make your Death Knight actually be able to tank again. But for a while, all you did was you put all your points into blood, and you could sit there and just like essentially heal yourself while doing massive amount of damage.
That's what mage is right now. That is basically what mage is like you have this OP ability that like just cranks damage. Like I was like 6 levels under cap, and just like my DPS was higher than everybody's on AoE. And then you can add this regen thing this regen ruin, and any spell you cast that does that massive damage also fucking heals you. It's just stupid. They have to rebalance it. So I have a quick question for everybody in the audience, which is that there are 37 people listening. How many of you are gamers? Yeah?
They're all gamers now because they're listening to it.
Ooh, there you go.
I'm at 12% battery, and I also want to go to the store and buy a pie. And so,
Jacob, I gotta say one last thing before you go.
We're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I bought my buddy Frostmourne, like a 1-to-1. That thing is massive. Not a great thing. Not a great gift for someone who lives in New York, as it turns out. But it looks cool as shit. I couldn't pick it up though. Not with one hand. the way the way the Lich King does in that like cinematic. Not possible.
Yeah.
Not for me.
I'm gonna get pie.
My headphones are about to die. My headphones are about to die, but I wanted to say before I head out, go take the State.js server and upvote HDMX. Thank you. See y'all.
Don't do HDMX.
Don't do it. Don't give in.
Don't give in. All right. Well, you might as well plug your WoW guild or whatever now while we're here and wrapping this up.
Yeah, 1 second. So Wild Growth, only devs. I'm gonna link it in the thing. We're recruiting. Nice. We're recruiting for primary. Like we're recruiting. So if you want to play, like, and get possibly free consulting advice from some engineers that know what they're talking about, you can. I don't think I know what I'm talking about, but
I never do either.
Yeah, Wild Growth is the server, and Only Devs is the guild. Message me on Twitter, and I will respond with a link or whatever, and you can join. Yeah. Is there anything else I have to plug really quickly? Crash Dev's Type Heroes port, Advent of Code is pretty good. Yeah, typehero.com, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Just Google Type Hero.
Type Hero is amazing. Like I was in on the beta and like so fun, so cool. Like yeah, the best like TypeScript like teaching you types tool out there, in my opinion.
All right. I'm at 10%. So you all got something to plug? Annie, you got something to plug?
Yeah. If anybody has $998 they want to give me, please do. So I found out the domain fang.inc is for sale for $998.98. I am open to receiving more money.
Of course she is. She wouldn't be Annie without it.
All right. Anybody else? Nick doesn't have anything to plug.
I don't know. I'll type out the link for you. We'll be done here in just a sec.
Okay. Yep. Do that, folks. Chris, you got something?
Well, I got nothing. Yeah, I'm just chilling. Thank you.
Word. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Don't get in trouble. Don't get arrested. Don't do anything I would do because you'll get in trouble and arrested. Bye.
Nice. See y'all.
That was super cool. Thank you, Jacob, for hosting that. That was super fun. All right, let's go back to like me, Sam Griffin. Oh shit. That's the thing I was actually getting at. No, that ain't it. Nope, that ain't it either. Shit. All right, so I don't have a scene wired up to this. We'll just do main. All right, so here we go. Oh my god, this dude. Yeah, get in all of the troubles. Yeah, no, we're good. We're set. Dude, that was awesome. Oh man, thank you, Jacob, for hosting that. That was just the best. The best. Honestly, coffee and coding, like, that was awesome, right? So Xenogerm is now guiltlessly seed buying. He means, like, seeds for, like, a thing, right? Not the thing we want to actually, like, shout at and talk about right now. So, Xenogerm, I get it, but do your thing without making it, like, the focus of what we chat about, and that'd be awesome. So, yeah, in the meantime, I should play some music. Oh, that'd be way better if I did, right? Here's the thing, right? Completely unrelated to the people that were in chat anyway. I would actually consider moving to Utah instead of Leavenworth as well. It's just a way longer drive. I would heavily consider Utah. Xenogerm, do you know me as a human being? Snowboarding. Like, literally, snowboarding is the only decision process left in my brain for that. Snowboarding. Java Grunt, the answer is no, I have not listened to any of that. And I probably wouldn't. Just being honest with you. I'm only human, man. You and Java Grunt Jr. started snowboarding last year? That's amazing! That's fucking awesome! Right? Don't base where I want to snowboard based upon, like, where y'all go snowboard. Like, dude, no. I'm at the point in my life that I need to be specific about where I actually go snowboard. You're not gonna see me shred in fucking Wisconsin. It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, it's not worth my time. Unless someone wants to pay me to do so, but no one's gonna do that. Like, no, it's not gonna happen. I'm way too old for that, man. I'm not gonna snowboard in Wisconsin. For you to pay me to do so would involve too much money. Okay? So, right, we can be honest about that. I'm not gonna go shred in Wisconsin. If you want to go shred here in Washington, I'll meet you up there. Absolutely. If you're here in Washington and you want to go snowboard at Stevens Pass, I'll meet you there. Like, totally. I'll be there. But give me like at least a couple days notice. Come on. Oh yeah, I got a pass to Stevens Pass as well. Doesn't mean I'm gonna go shred there this weekend because that shit would suck. Dude, yeah. Stevens Pass opening weekend, that shit sucks. That shit sucks. I mean, I got the whiskey in me. If you think the way I'm phrasing things is due to the whiskey, I'm gonna say no. If you want to judge the stream by my phrasing, you're not gonna last long, right? And even the question you're asking, I don't know, man. You're not one to judge, then why ask the question? I think you're lying to us. To our fucking face. Because why would you ask the question if you didn't care? It's fucking weird, dude. Again, Guy Ross, like, I don't care if you're gonna drink too. You asked us, which means you care, which means you're one to judge. You saying you're not one to judge is something to judge you by, actually. I can simply recognize if you're a person worth talking to again. And your last comment basically means no. Do you have any follow-up to that statement? Or should I use my instincts? You got 30 seconds, man. I don't care if you're a long-time viewer. Your comments dictate that you don't fucking care. Again, your responses fucking suck, dude. And I'm willing to recognize that you're not someone fun to talk to. Your most recent comments are leaning towards that. Do you not want to give one last, like, defense of your shitty fucking comments? If not, I can just ban you. That's super easy. That's the easiest thing I could do. Well, yeah, fuck off then. Goodbye. If you're not gonna apologize and be a person that's worth talking to, fuck off, dude. I gave you so many chances to be a human being about it, and you didn't. Why do you think I'd actually want to chat with you anymore? Goodbye. People think that their actions mean nothing on the internet. No, I'm gonna judge you by your actions. Duh. Be a human being that's worth talking to, man. Yeah, every single one of my mods was like, yeah, I want to ban him, please. CM Griffin, give me the, like, opportunity to ban them. Because as a mod, they'd love to have that, like, chance to do so. Because I do it way quicker than any of them would. If a mod had done so, I'd have been like, okay. Keep in mind that sometimes a mod does a ban where, like, hey, you know, let's give them a chance. And I'll unban someone. I'm okay with mods banning people that suck. Yeah, Guy Ross, you fucking suck, dude. Do you think you're a fun person to talk to? Nah, man. Nah. That's fucking weird, man. That you thought your comments would be something we'd accept into our community. Nah, man. Be someone that's worth talking to. It's actually really easy. It's actually really fucking easy to be someone worth talking to. And you failed that. That's fucking weird, dude. Telling me you love me while saying comments that indicate otherwise. Yeah, we're gonna call out your bullshit immediately, man. Nah, so CAG Coder, we got enough people that need to understand the vibe of the stream that I'm gonna call them out pretty much immediately. I'm gonna call out the people that fuck up. I'm gonna call out every single other thing. The key is calling people out and letting people know the vibe that we're actually looking for. Yes, I'm not Prime, I'm not Theo. I'm not gonna let shitty people chat and let the mods solve that for me. I'm gonna call people out to their fucking face when they suck to talk to. That is the value I bring as a stream, and the value I rely upon as a streamer. I don't want to talk to people I don't want to talk to. I know, fuck me, right? Maybe CAG Coder, you don't understand. There are so many fucking people out there that have no idea how to chat with other people, they deserve being called out. 1,000%. The people that would fuck up the vibe on a continuous basis need to be called out the first time they do so that they can never fuck it up again. And then it opens up to, like, regulars that fuck it up randomly because they're having a bad day. There are also people that should not be here. I get it, CAG Coder. But you just lack the context on why I make it such a big deal. Thank you, CAG Coder. I appreciate that. But I get enough people here in stream that I need to put my foot down towards the people that just suck in general. It's a thing, man. If you're new to it, that's fine, but please don't tell any other streamer how to run their stream. You will be judged for that statement. I hope you know that. Never tell another streamer how to run their stream. Not a good move. We call out the people we call out because I want to be here tomorrow. I want to be here 6 days a week, you know? If you're not willing to stream 6 days a week, don't chime in on how someone else should run their stream. At all. I'm sorry, like, it's just not relevant. You lack the context on what a proper stream should be. And there are so many fucking trolls out there in the world that we gotta call them out and we gotta exclude them from everything. It's gotta happen, man. There are some people that fucking suck and they don't know it. You gotta call them out, man. If they don't get called out, they don't know they fucking suck. All right, so here we are at 7:20 p.m. on a Friday. Yeah, we got more code we need to hack out. Yes, I currently fucking suck. I get it. I have way more stuff I could do right now. But the ranting, the chatting, the previous work we've done do take a bit of my steam away. In the best way, like, we've established a bunch of good work. Yeah, there may be a really pressing game of League of Legends to play right now. After that, there might be a pressing game of World of Warcraft to play with only devs. You know? I feel like we've done some good work. I do need to actually, like, identify and call out when an actual, like, destination calendar is different from a selection calendar. Like, so some of the entities that we're building via, like, looking up the things that they're calling out, etc., here in the APIs, they're not accurate. Yes, we're identifying major moments in which the OpenAPI spec for cal.com is not accurate and not correct and not right, and we could help them be better. We've put in a lot of work to do so. We're not done yet. And even if they don't want to merge it, they at least know that we're correct. And that's on them to not be correct. So, like, we can do a thing, we can make some stuff, we can build out the interactions and all that BS for it. They really need someone who gives a shit about their OpenAPI spec. And so far, from what we've seen, there's not a single person that cares. There's not a single person that works for that company that actually cares about their OpenAPI output and whether it is, like, validatable, etc. Again, they're a startup. They need to focus on the things that actually matter. As an outside observer, me personally, I think that there's a massive portion of enterprise adoption that they are missing because their OpenAPI spec is not accurate and is not all-encompassing. It is not actually as valuable as they think it is. All those things, yes, we need to establish that first before any fucking consumer would give a shit about it. And if they have any enterprise consumers that want to, like, make their own interactions towards some internal database or calendar or whatever, Cal.com is not doing that well. I'm going to say that right now. That's, like, actually, like, the most diplomatic way I could phrase that. Cal.com is not satisfying enterprise customers and their need for a proper API properly. I would espouse all the ways that they're fucking up if they want to have a chat. I think instead, with bare minimum a month's worth of engineering time would actually solve that thing. They don't have an accurate OpenAPI spec. Without an accurate OpenAPI spec, you can't create an SDK or client library that is reliably doing the thing you care about. You can't do it, man. Like, dude, their 401 responses are not actually attributed to a 403 for a lack of permissions. Right? Like, their API responses are not actually in tune with the way they respond to a bad API token or API key. Right? None of this shit is actually accurate. They need a proper senior developer to give a shit about it. Until they hire someone that fucking cares, they're gonna have the same problems. Yeah, they don't have a single engineer that gives a shit, in my opinion. Because this shit would have been solved way sooner. Way sooner. I hope they recognize that their adoption into enterprise is hindered by the fact that their API is so fucking willy-nilly. And that's the nicest way to phrase that. That is the absolute nicest way I could phrase that. So anyway, we should go raid someone. Yeah, I'm like ranting about shit. It's kind of what I do, you know. But holy shit, there's some other stream going right now that we should totally raid. What's the, like, stream that we should raid? I've not had a chance to, like, raid Chris Titus Tech. Let's do that. Hopefully, he raids someone else. But he has raided this stream at least once. So yeah, he's fucking awesome, man. He's a good dude. He's very nice. He's very awesome. And yeah, my ranting about things, yeah, I'm kind of a jerk. So, you know, don't judge other things for me being a jerk. That would be wrong. FD, yeah, we absolutely know Adam13531 or Adam Learns Live. He's great. We've seen him very recently. Like, yeah, that dude's great. He's one of my favorite people. He inspired me to stream. I feel like he inspired a lot of people to stream. I will shout it out. Yes, I would not have streamed without Adam showing off how awesome it could be making a thing that you care about and other people just watch you do it. Yeah, like Adam13531 or Adam Learns Live. They are the best. They are the inspiration for my entire stream. I just want to make stuff. When we say Adam, hold on. There you go. I shouted it out. I'll shout it out later, too. Later. Cheers.
Hey, CM Griffin. What's up, brother? Oh, Raid in the house. Yeah, and there's a lot of good stuff. Like, if you're looking for security things, there's a lot of good newsletters and other things that you can hit up as well. Yeah, it's been a long time, CM. I've been mainly doing like 1-2 hour streams. I actually did like a game stream and just made it like a Friday game. So I was actually playing some Age of Empires 4 before this, and then people were asking some tech questions. I was like, all right, let me switch this category and let's answer some questions. There's a lot of security, router, networking questions in the house. So I was like, all right, yeah, let's hit it up. How come Microsoft Realtek LAN drivers are less bloated than the ones from the official page? Do you have an opinion on that? Yeah, almost all drivers are. I still like Snappy Driver Installer Origin tool. If you can, highly recommend getting that. That's a lot of fun, man. Great tool. The other day on stream, we were installing a new Windows, and they didn't have very good network drivers built in for whatever reason. I think the VM I was using, maybe. But you can use a bundled network driver that has 99% of the network drivers out there, and it's only like 100 megs. You can use it. Let me pull it up. I think 3D chip. So if you ever need like a offline net driver, it's called 3DP. Sorry to blind you. Let's see how big is this. Jeez, haven't heard of dark mode before. Come on, 120 megs. But 3DP net driver has almost every single network driver out there, and it'll get you online on a fresh install. And then typically I would use like Snappy Driver Origin and go that method with it. It is a flashbang. Yeah, I'm encouraging you to go out and touch grass. Yeah, I mean, if I was a good streamer, I for sure would stream for longer. I just have not. I kind of just use it to play around, and I still love streaming though. Streaming's just a lot of fun, and most times I have kind of like a certain thing I want to accomplish. So when I'm doing my streams, many times I'm actually recording at the same time, unless it's inside. Like this is my jank setup. This is my $50 setup with my little crappy webcam over here, my little feather. Oh my gosh, it's ugly. I don't know why anybody watches me over here, but most times when I'm in the studio, I have like 2 hours where I have like an entire thing planned out, and then I chop up the video. I use something called Recut, feed the entire recorded live stream into it, it chops out all the silence, and then with it gets nice condensed, I put a backing track underneath it, and then I do ducking, and then it kind of smooths out everything, and then I upload that to the main channel. And that's where I get all my money. All my ad revenue from the live streams comes from YouTube, not Twitch, even though I'm only live streaming on Twitch. So when people are like, why don't you dual stream or multi-stream? It's because I get more money by doing it this way. I'm technically multi-streaming because I'm doing this entire conversion after the fact, but I'm actually making content as I'm streaming. It's kind of wild way of doing it, but it works for me. And usually I have like an idea of what I kind of want to learn during this stream too. But like doing raw
Oh shit.
rewatch a stream, it's a different feel, and there's this, when we're interacting with chat, it makes sense, right? Because we can go back and forth. But when you're uploading a raw feed and they're live reacting, like, hey, thanks for the prime, tier 1, appreciate you, man, you're awesome, which you are if you do those things. But you kind of want to cut that out for the recording because it kind of takes away a little bit on the YouTube side of things. So sometimes I don't cut all that out. A lot of times when I'm watching it back and I'm time skip damping all of it and adding chapters as I go through and chop it up, but it'll take me usually 30 minutes to do a 2-hour stream. And most people love it. Like most of those streams have, I'd say on the low end, probably about 2,000 views. On the high end, 50, 100,000. And you're basically triple dipping. As you get the YouTube or you get the Twitch live stuff, you get your feed, all that stuff. It comes in great, and then you upload it to YouTube, and then you get the YouTube ad revenue as people watch it, and then people want to go, hey, I want to chat with him live, and then they come back to Twitch, and it's like just this circle of life. So it's cool, man. Highly recommend doing that. I use Recut. So if you want to do it, I think it's like $90. So this is, I need an update. Yeah, sure, let's download an update. But I just drop the stream right into Recut and then do it. Here, we'll just grab like an AOE stream so you can see it. Let's see. Let's say that channeling update. No, that's something else. I think I didn't touch. Here's a 7 gig. This is probably a big.
Ah, shit.
The main primary channel is me talking. Anything going on in the stream, like a gameplay or maybe a YouTube video that's playing, comes into my second one. And then during this stream, usually there's like if I'm real quiet, you can kind of hear a backing track right now. Well, that backing track falls into this one. So usually when I'm analyzing it, I'll cut that backing track out. Because what happens is, this is an hour, 58 minutes that's happening right now. And when the stream's done, it'll make a bunch of cuts. Now, I think a lot of this is gameplay. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of audio. So there probably won't be, but maybe 50 cuts. On one of my other streams, when I pull this in, I'd say, like, let's say I do like a 3.5-hour tech stream, it'll do upwards of 1,000 to 2,000 different cuts. Kind of insane. Intel chipset drivers. No, I would just use the official ones. I would just do what's in Snappy Driver Origin instead of the bundled Intel ones for sure. I can't wait for Twitch to get like AV1 encoding as well. That's going to be fun. That's going to be really good. So this one's pretty light. With all the gameplay, you can see it's not actually doing that many cuts. So we only have 151 cuts, and it only chopped out like a minute or something of silent. But let's just kill this. Let's just do a new one. Okay. And let's just grab here. We'll just grab like the micro win stream. Just say let's grab this one. Just to show you, this one's a 2-hour, 11-minute stream. We'll kill the backing track. Just let you see this process as well. And right now, this is running on a 2060. So this is my inside PC, which kind of, on the low end. I have a 7800X, man. It churns through these so quick. It just cuts through them like butter. And so, like, yeah, the Infang for NVIDIA is good, but AMD's catching up, man. The new 7000 series was a lot better than the 6000 and even the 5000. I was really happy with AMD's performance on this last gen cards because the 5000 series kind of sucked, to be honest with you. And I was really disappointed because I'm a big Team Red guy. I like AMD, even though I like Intel better for CPUs, but that's a whole different deal. AMD catching up though. It's good. Yeah, Intel CPU with QuickSync's pretty good, and an AMD GPU is a solid option right now. 100% agree with that promo, for sure. I'll come back to this. Let it cook in the background. So SDIO actually detects that. Yeah, it just doesn't use the universal one. Heiko.
All right. Let's hop over to gaming stream. Oh shit, I didn't close out the YouTube. So all of YouTube saw me just like lurking. Gremlining. Oh shit. Fucking YouTube. Alright, my bad. Y'all are still live.
Snappy. Yeah, Sniper.
We're good, right? Cheers. Later.